Thank you for that.
Thank you for being here today. It is Tuesday, January 13th, and we will call the meeting to order for the Putnam County Board of County Commissioners. We will lead with the invocation by Pastor Ricky Bybee from Trinity Baptist Church, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Palatka. Please rise if you're able to do so.
First off, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to do this. The Bible tells us that let no one seek his own, but each one another's well-being. And I believe that's why we're here today. So will you join me in prayer? Our most gracious and heavenly Father, we pause at the beginning of this meeting, of this new year, to give thanks. Thanks for this community. Thanks for the privilege of public service. And thanks for the men and the women who have answered the call to lead. We're grateful for the opportunity to work for the common good. And Father, I ask for wisdom and discernment in this coming year as our commissioners and staff as they face complex decisions and competing needs. Father, grant them clarity of mind and fairness of judgment and courage to do what's right, even when it's difficult, Lord. May justice and integrity guide their every discussion, every decision. Help our leaders to remember those who are most vulnerable among us and to steward resources wisely, to act with compassion and humility. Grant unity and mutual respect around this table today. Even in disagreement, may there be civility and cooperation and a shared commitment to the well-being of our county and its citizens, Lord. We pray for our employees, our departments, our first responders, and all who serve this community daily. Father, give them strength to their effort and peace to their families. And finally, Father, I ask for your guidance and your blessing as we undertake the work before us today. May our actions reflect service, responsibility, and hope for the future of this county. For it's in the precious name of Jesus that I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Before us today, we have the approval of the minutes from the BOCC regular meeting dated December 9th, 2025.
Madam Chair, move approval.
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, with that, we will recess the BOCC meeting and convene the Port Authority meeting. Approval of minutes.
Madam Chair, I move approval of the two sets of minutes, November 11th and December 9th of 2025.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, public comment on Port Authority items only. Anybody here that's from the public and will have general items? We do have the agendas in the back along with comment cards. You're welcome to fill them out so we can be prepared. Public comment on Port Authority items. All right, moving into the administrative HVAC system for the jail. Is somebody doing a presentation on this, or it is what it is?
I'm certainly happy to walk you through it.
Okay.
The jail HVAC systems are failing. Currently, they are non-functioning. However, thankfully, it's cool outside, so we do have heat in the jail. We just right now don't have a lot of cold air. So we certainly need to take advantage of this weather to get those systems back up and running. We've had our jail leadership is with us today, and they've reviewed and looked at the proposal that's being proposed. They actually helped us generate the proposal to ensure the systems were all going to be functioning at the end of the day, and it is their recommendation to move forward with this particular proposal that is before you today.
Okay, I have some questions. Is
Sure.
anybody else before me? So in looking at the proposal under, I guess it would be page 1 of 5 for them and 21 in our packet, there's no heat. Is that correct? Do these include heat or do they not?
Well, the heating system is independent of the cooling system.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. And how old is our current system?
As old as the jail is. 10 years.
So these 4 units are, the life expectancy is 10 years? Is that
No,
normal?
ma'am. There was some problems with the initial systems that were installed. They were undersized. The compressors of these, they're missing some components, and certainly I have experts that are welcome to jump in and help me because I am no HVAC expert. But essentially, the systems that were put in the beginning were put in as a value adjustment, trying to reduce costs. And after 10 years, basically, we have stressed those machines to a point of failure, and they are not working. So it's a situation where we probably should have put different machines in the beginning, but we tried to be very fiscally responsible and do with what we had, and they did not work out.
Okay, so a couple more questions. Is there a trade-in value? How does this get surplused?
The machines are failing, so there's no trade for the HVAC machines that are there.
So the contractor just gets them? We sell them, we
Well,
scrap
we
them?
hope that they take them and dispose of them. That's what is included in this cost. Otherwise, that would be a cost of disposal to us as well.
Okay. And then my next question would be, is temporary cooling needed during this time?
Not as long as we act on this now, because we have the cooler weathers and we have airflow, right? So I want to make sure that we don't paint a picture that's not accurate. It is climate controlled in there right now today. But if it were June and we were experiencing June heat, it would not be climate controlled, and we would have to do a temporary measure.
All right. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
I just want to speak to a couple of the points that you touched on. As a former mechanical contractor with a competing entity, 2Train, which was Johnson Controls, typically the contractor would retain the old equipment, but with that being said, there is an intrinsic scrap value for it, and it's dependent upon the units, whether they are copper coiled or aluminum coiled. And if the contractor would agree to remove the refrigerant, because that requires a license to handle that and dispose of it. So that may have been the trade-off that we encountered there. As far as the units being undersized, I think now and maybe later during today's meeting, I want to avoid paying for the sins of our fathers, as the term is. So when we're considering some of the other items on the agenda, let's do it right the first time, so we're not spending another $500,000 10 years down the road when we could have gotten it, 15 or 20 years out of these units, this mechanical equipment, or some of the amendments we make because they weren't the right amendments and we did it as a knee-jerk reaction or as a temporary cost savings. It's always my intention to make the best decisions long-term. So.
All right. Commissioner Palatka, you're recognized.
Ms. Young, I don't know if you're the proper one to ask, but is this really the units that probably should have been put in since day one if funding had been there for it?
Yes, these are the units that should have been spec'd from day one. Again, on day one, hindsight's always 20/20, right? So I won't tell you that anyone did anything irresponsibly.
No.
We were trying everything we could to furnish that jail and build it within the budget that was allocated at that time. And so this was an area where we truly tried, they truly tried, obviously none of us were here 10 years ago, a value engineering option that we thought could be sustainable. Unfortunately, knowing now it is not. And so yes, these are properly sized for the area, for the facility, for its needs.
Thank you.
And I see that this has a 5-year warranty with it. What is the life expectancy?
We hope 20 years.
Commissioner Alexander.
Well, I think we've made great strides with employing our own engineer who can be an advocate for the county, and he can see through some of the smoke and mirrors that may be presented by some of these contractors. So I look forward to having Scott when we do move forward with some of these upcoming projects, that he can be our advocate and our advocate for the county so that the right decisions are made impartially. So.
All right. Are there any other questions? All right, is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move this item, Resolution 2026-001, for approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. I believe there's a quick video that we'd like to share at this time.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, if we could, Mr. Sullivan, would you please approach the podium? As you know, Commissioners, last week was a big day for Putnam County in and our Port Authority Board and our Port of Putnam. There was two massive 30,000-pound bridge girders that went through our port from Veritas Steel to the Shands Bridge project down in Green Cove Springs. So Mr. Sullivan and I went out there. Mr. Sullivan's been doing yeoman's work on this. He's done a phenomenal job with managing the port out there. This was a multi-agency project between Putnam County, Veritas Steel, FDOT. It was just an opportunity to showcase what we were able to do out of that port. And so, Mr. Sullivan, if you would take it over, show the video, and please, any comments would be germane.
Sure. One other partner was Superior Construction, who was doing the work for FDOT over at the Shands Bridge. First off, I'm going to show you a video that, please forgive the videography. I am not a videographer. Did the best with an iPhone, but Ms. Berardi did a fantastic job editing it together and putting some cool music to it. But this will demonstrate to you the potential long-term of this port and what we have here. Granted, we are a bit cautious at this time with the fact that we do not have a new bulkhead yet, so we got to be careful what we're doing and docking and all that. And we worked with Superior. Mobro Marine was the one doing the navigation, and our engineers in-house, and also with Burns McDonald assisted us with all the logistics to make sure that no structure was damaged. Sorry. And actually, this was a good exercise to find out that our structure may be a little more sound than we thought in the past. Yeah. So without further ado, let's take a look at the video. And if you look on. As you can see, what the video showed you was the process going from Veritas all the way to loading that 30-ton section or bridge section onto the barge. The video is a lot shorter. The process took about 30 to 45 minutes. Two of those items are loaded. And this morning, FDOT posted some pictures of them working on that bridge with those sections which were built here in Putnam County. So we put a quick little presentation for you, so if you look at your monitors again. As you can see, there's some very exciting times going on at the port, and this also demonstrates that, we'll be operational as soon as that bulkhead is up, even before the Corps starts dredging the channel we desire. So I just want to show you that we are just a few, hopefully, months, dollars permitting, to be open for business. So I just want to show you all that. So I will answer any questions if you have any.
Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sam, thank you, and thank you for all your hard work. Thanks to Mr. Suggs for the hard work and the foresight of this port. Thank you to our Representative Bobby Payne, and who worked tirelessly trying to get us on the Ports Council, and we did. This isn't a joke. This is real. This is an economic engine for Putnam County to move goods and services up and down the river. And it really thrilled my heart to ride by there the other day when this was going on. There were so many people, I didn't want to walk down there. It was just way too much going on, and I didn't want to be in the way. But to see things that are happening at our port, even before our port's ready, 100% ready, and we're using it like this, it just really thrills my heart to see what the future of Putnam County is. And for the audience, Putnam County has the most inland port, and that's important to move goods and services. You see what's happening now. Just imagine what's going to happen in the future when the Shands Bridge is high enough to let boats go through. No one really realizes that it was kept low for a reason. It was economics for Clay County and Duval County, but no more will that happen. And now we're going to get a piece of the pie. And years ago, the river was the moving channel to move goods and services, and it will be again. And Sam, I really want to thank you. I know this kind of was handed to you. You're not a ports guy. You never were. You were a special projects guy, and this is a special project, but you've really taken this on, and all of our staff and our federal lobbyists and everybody. We've been to DC. We beat the drum up there about our port, and it's finally starting to happen, and it just makes my heart very good. And what you don't realize, people don't realize, is it was going to be shut down another weekend. It doesn't have to be shut down now. Everything got done. The contractor got done quick, and with the parts that they were. And I think we should go get a sticker and put the Putnam County emblem on those parts that were made in Putnam County. That's just, maybe we'll do that one evening, But, and by the way, I love your hat, and if you'll order some more for all of us, I will pay personally for those hats out of my personal pocket. So everybody on staff and our board gets a hat. I'd be glad to do that for them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Suggs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say that I want to give kudos also to Peter Willett with the Palatka Daily News, who came out and did a marvelous story on this project last week out at the barge port. And a lot of things in the article needs to be reiterated here today, because a lot of folks may not be as up to date as we like for them to be on what's going on out there. The fact that we started this about 7 years ago as just a brainstorming event here at the office with our federal lobbyist, Josh Gaviton, who put a team of folks together from every department you could think of in the state of Florida, from EDA to FDOT Transportation and the Florida Ports Council folks. It was a great meeting, and that's where this idea got kicked off at. And then you got to fast forward it a couple years to Representative Bobby Payne and Senator Keith Perry, who went to bat for Putnam County and got us a seat on the Florida Ports Council through legislation. That opened up a tremendous amount of doors for us to be able to push this project further. Then you got Mike Rubin, who is the Florida Ports Council president, who's been down here several times looking at the project, stood in here and gave an update with our consultants, Burns McDonald. So this has had a lot of support to get us to where we are today. And what's not going to get lost in this conversation is the support that you five and the previous five have given to this project. I believe it was Mr. Pellissier who told me one time it takes money to make money, and I can appreciate that. You five approved the fact that we applied for a Port Infrastructure Development Grant, a $10 million grant with a 50% match. And you folks approved that. And so you see the fruits of your labor out there today. See the fruits of Sam's labor, and I can appreciate what he's done out there. And the fact that our stakeholders, Veritas Steel, you know, the work that they're doing out there, Victoria Marine with their boat building business out there, and everybody else that this is going to be able to touch, the gypsum company right down the road, who put a $250 million improvement, you know, into their business. All this is going to benefit all of those folks and the citizens of Putnam County when this is done. So I just want to say again, thank you for allowing us to do this. Thank you, Sam, for what you've done. Thank all of our regional partners, our local partners, for all that they've done to keep this thing moving forward. And I can't wait to see what the next 3 to 5 years holds once our bridge project is completed. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Suggs, for your comments. Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
Sam, thank you for your work on the project. You know, special projects encompasses a lot, and this is a big one. Not to put you on the spot, but you alluded to the start of the bulkhead, I guess you'd call it replacement. What is a kind of a realistic expectation when they might start?
Well, it's a question of money. As Mr. Suggs just mentioned, the Port Infrastructure Development Grant, which we applied for, where we have a 33% match. Well, we're still waiting on the outcome of that. I'm keeping glued to USDOT's website every day to see if there's any updates. That is going to determine when we can get started, because we do need those funds.
Do they have a regular schedule that they do those grant awards?
Well, DC shutting down just put all that off schedule, so we do not know.
Okay, thank you.
In the past, we would have already known by now.
Commissioner Palacio, you're recognized.
Just to take it a bit further from what my colleagues said here and echo their comments. When I sat here before, I don't remember the year, probably 2014, somewhere in that neighborhood, the then current owner of St. John Shipbuilding on the river told me, I asked him how bad was this Shands Bridge hampering his work. And he told me, he said, I've turned down at least 100 naval contracts, and which would result in, he said, between 200 and 300 jobs, and they're good paying jobs on that waterfront. So the value that this is going to bring to Putnam County is immeasurable. I mean, it's you just need to wait and see what's going to happen when this thing gets going. You're going to see big boats, and of course the Navy people call them ships, but you're going to see big ones coming under our bridge heading south, going down to the shipyards to work on. It's going to be huge economically for our county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll just echo everything that's been said. Good job. Thank you. Next we have up, I'd like to ask Alex Sharp to come forward regarding the Liberty Tree project. Since this is on Port Authority property, we need to do this under Port Authority business. So in your package, or not maybe in your packet, but in your inbox, you have 2 photos, one of what was originally requested and what is currently being requested.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Appreciate you taking us now. Alex Sharp, member of the Palatka Sunrise Rotary, member of the Sons of the American Revolution. I have Doug Thompson with me, president of Sunrise Rotary, and Shelley, I'm going to butcher your last name.
Shelley Schenker.
There you go. She is also a member of the Sunrise Rotary, and she is the president of the
Arts and Lions of Putnam.
Yes. So yes, there are 2. The first, what we submitted to you was in anticipation of getting the pavilions, and that was the original emphasis of. Remember, there's 4 different clubs that are doing this, and the murals were designed to be the military insignia. At certain meetings, it evolved that this was too much of a bureaucratic mess to get through. Each military branch requires a permit for each of their military insignias, and they all have different processes. And so there was no way we were going to get through that. Members that are on that board came up with a different rendition, and that is why you have 2 in front of you. There was no intent to be deceitful or shift things around. It was just too much of a task to get each one of these military branches in time for the upcoming 28th Liberty Tree celebration. So we come to you hat in hand to see if we can go forward with this. The pavilions are permitted. Thank you very much. We do appreciate that, sir. And they will be built within the next couple of weeks. And we'd like to have something on that blank wall. There was some questions about maintenance of it. This is going to be something that's maintained by the clubs. There'll be no burden on the county. If it does become in disarray, I know how things tend to weather over the time. I was one of the people that put that coat of paint on the back of that wall some 7 or 8 years ago. I'll be more than happy to put another coat of paint on it so that we have a fresh, clean-looking wall, and we don't have anything that brings disrespect to the county.
So there's no contract to sign, there's no MOU, there's no?
Oh, absolutely. This is not associated with the Mural Society of Palatka. I'm not speaking ill of them, but this is just going to be a simple mural for the people to enjoy. We don't require any maintenance contract. Any maintenance is done will be coordinated with staff. Like I said, if it becomes a point that we can't maintain it to an artistic representation of what we want there, just like we retire a flag, we would retire this mural.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Sharp, so basically, I guess you're just looking for a wave and support to do that on the wall, right?
That is correct, sir. And Shelley is the one that came up with that rendition, so if you have any questions on the design
I
of
think
that,
it's good.
I brought her in.
I think it tells the story, and that's what you want it to do.
Yes.
So you have my support. Thank you very much.
Well, which one's realistic? I mean, you're not doing a graphic, you're doing an actual painting. So is it gonna look like this at the bottom, or is it gonna look like this one in the middle?
So the one at the bottom is the drawing that puts it all together. The one at the top shows you the actual graphic elements that would be put on together.
So it will look closer to this one?
It will, yes.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
You guys can't hear me with a microphone, much less if I don't turn it on. That's for Mr. Pelletier. Ms. Shelley, so is there a cost incurred with this? Or are you painting it pro bono?
I'm painting, the Arts Alliance is providing the labor and the design for free, and I've been told that somebody is seeking some money for the actual paint.
We appreciate that. Thank you for partnering with the community and doing that.
And just to be clear, there's nothing on here from the Civil War time. Okay, there's nothing, I brought that up because I want to
No,
make sure
those are
everybody understands.
revolutionary soldiers,
These
and
are-
if my history teacher, Mr. Roberts, was accurate, Native Americans did fight with us during the Revolutionary War.
I was taught.
And that is a Native American there with him. Those are revolutionary soldiers.
And that's I would assume Betsy Ross or somebody in that?
I would hope it's Bessie Ross
Okay.
that designed the American flag.
Okay, or something like that.
Yes.
A historical woman, exactly, okay.
It's always,
The idea of the silhouettes is we don't really have to identify too much about them.
Okay, I just.
therefore, no controversy.
There you go. All right, so that's been presented. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm in full support, Madam Chair. I as well.
All right,
100%.
all right, sounds like you've got your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. February 28th is when we're going to have the ceremony there. There should be a representation of George Washington's tent. We might have a flyover. We'll have a military band, and everyone's invited.
Good, thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Are there any other discussions from the Port Authority Board? All right, with that, we'll close the Port Authority and reconvene the Board of County Commissioners, starting with presentation. Wendy Mussolini, and then I'd like to move up and follow that with Lori Parker before we start with economic development. So our staff can get busy.
Good morning.
Good morning, Wendy.
Morning.
Dr. Mussolini.
Can we see Yopon tea shipping out through the port?
Absolutely, we can see, but I know that how much tea he would have to create.
How much tea do we need? So yeah, that's a little bit of history, right? The citrus industry used to ship through that port, through our river, until we had the citrus industry kind of bottom out. And I'm going to be talking more about that at Rotary. Actually, Brian's coming with me, but we have something new going on in Putnam County. I just want to make sure y'all are aware of, we produce really one of the only native teas grown in this country. Is the Yopon holly is the only native caffeinated plant. This was harvested in the wild for years and years and years. And now in Putnam County, we have a vision, because of Brian and part of the Yopon brothers, to actually bring native tea to Putnam County. It was a citrus industry, Eagle's Nest. And I just want you to hear what he's been doing with this. It was basically in shambles, and now it's really been restored and open to the community. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian. I'm going to bring y'all a box of tea so you can take a look at it. You can have a bag if you want. He brought this for y'all. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. Thanks, Wendy. Good morning, Commissioners, for inviting me to share what we're doing here in Putnam County. As Wendy alluded to, we grow a crop that's native to the state of Florida and about 11 states across the southeast U.S. And what makes Yopon really special, besides being native to this area, is that it's the only caffeine-containing plant species indigenous to the entire continent. So I know what's in your cup if you're drinking tea or coffee or anything caffeinated. The likelihood is that it's imported or synthetic. And Yopon represents the only domestic source of caffeine. And if we're just talking about tea, the American tea industry, 160 million American households consume a tea product every single day. And we're importing 99% of that material, on average 7,000 miles to get here. So what we've tried to bring back is this indigenous heritage product that has always been here. It's been consumed by human beings in Florida for 8,000 years. But for the last century or so, it's really faded away. It didn't completely go away. But with sort of the exit of citrus and all of the challenges that are occurring broadly across the entire agricultural spectrum, we saw an opportunity to bring it back and to create value with an indigenous crop starting here in Putnam County. And what drew us to the area actually is the agricultural heritage of Putnam County. We were attracted to this little farm down in Crescent City called Eagle's Nest, which is the oldest, probably organic operation in the state. It's been there since 1900. It's been certified organic since 1990. That was the first year you could be certified organic, and we're going to be carrying that tradition forward. Another thing that we're doing is what's called regenerative organic practices. We just recently were certified by the Regenerative Organic Commission. We're one of only 2 farms in the entire state of Florida that has that designation. So the federal government is just investing $700 million into regenerative agriculture, and we're on the forefront of that right here. So where does it go? Hopefully somewhere good. We're looking to really grow this industry. We're looking to take you with us, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. I did look on your website, at your website, and found out some information, some of which you just spoke about. But I was very impressed. I will say that. And I was like, why haven't I been drinking this? So, Commissioner, but I will be now.
Where is it? Tell them where they can buy it.
Well, that product's brand new. We just released it. It's just launched in every Whole Foods market in the state of Florida. It's about 41 locations. But our products broadly are sold in about 3,000 retailers across the U.S. today. And
You
about
have a partnership
60%
with
of
Whole Foods?
that
Yeah.
product right there is in Whole Foods, yeah. There's 41 Whole Foods stores in the state, and every one of them carries. And the chai and the lavender coconut. We have 3 flavors in that store, so
I'm
check
excited.
us out. Thanks.
Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
Thank you for taking a chance on Putnam County. I followed you for a while and was surprised and pleased, when I heard you were making the move. And Brian's right. That little grove in Crescent City has been an organic grove. There were innovative people there before Brian. They were the first real champions of organic citrus in Florida. And it was sad to see that grove kind of flounder with the citrus industry. And with Brian picking that, the mantle up of innovation, it's nice to see. So thanks for taking that chance. And I've heard, great things from people in the community about tours to your farm, and we're proud to have you. Thank you.
I do highlight your
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because I totally forgot, that we are also an agritourism operation. The Grove is really old, and it's been there 126 years. Lucky for us, all of the structures remain original to the site. So the old packing house and the farmhouse are original. We've restored those structures. Yeah, we just had a birthday party. We can comfortably house about 200 people.
Very good, very nice. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Brian, welcome. Glad to see you. Glad that you're here. It's very exciting, and I was going to ask if we could come and visit the farm, but it sounds like it's an open invitation. Can you explain a little bit more about the regenerative agriculture? It's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah. So it is a sort of an emerging, and Wendy might have some thoughts on this too, but organic, we have been certified organic since 2017. And if I had to explain it in a nutshell, organic just means you don't leave the land worse than the way you found it. Regenerative really takes it a step further and means you leave the land better than it was when you found it. So we're adding nutrients to the soil. We're nurturing the microbiome that's naturally present in the soil. We're using native cover crop to fix nitrogen. We're not using any non-organic pesticides or fertilizers or anything like that. So there's no nutrient pollution going into Crescent Lake. There's no pollution latent in the soil, and we're leaving it better than it was when we got there. There's other layers to regenerative organic certification, like how much we pay our workers. So it's a requirement of the certification that we pay a living wage to all of our employees, and that is benchmarked to MIT's living wage calculator. So whatever the living wage is here in Putnam County, we pay at least that much to all of our employees, and we have employees all over the United States, and we have to meet the benchmark wherever it is that they live.
Very interesting. Yeah, it's nice to hear that you guys are able to create a sustainable agricultural operation without the pesticides, because the runoff is a big concern to me. I spend a lot of time on the river, and the health of the river is definitely in question now. So good to hear.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Commissioner Palatka, you're recognized.
Very briefly, love the packaging in Crescent City, Florida, written on there. That really makes me proud. Just a hint for Ms. Morgan, I think it'd be a great place to host a chamber after hours. And but thank you. We're glad you're here and appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Have a great morning.
presentation. All right, next we have up Lori Parker for the Employee of the Month.
Good morning.
Good morning, y'all.
We received a number of nominations from county staff, and the Employee of the Month is awarded to Howard Hodges. Howard is with General Services, and JT's here to.
Turn it over to Tim.
Oh, okay. Here's Tim White.
Here's Tim.
Howard's been a benefit to our department. If something happens after hours, I can call him and bring him in if I need to. He's pretty knowledgeable in his field, and it's good to have him.
Yep.
And JT just put him on the spot.
I saw that, so he didn't know what he was saying. You gotta
No,
learn how to roll in this business.
So we really appreciate Howard and everything he does in general services. And just like the rest of the crew, always got a smile on his face, ready to get to work. They're actually glad that you pushed them up because they're ready to get out of here. So that's the kind of guys that you want to have on your staff anyway. So Howard, thank you for everything you do. Appreciate the smile on your face every day, buddy.
Yep. And I'll just say real quick that I've known Howard for a number of years. He does have a wonderful work ethic, and he is a very positive person. So, and all of you guys, every time I see you, you're working hard. And like JT said, there's always a smile on your face, and we appreciate that. We appreciate everything you do. We know you have a large inventory to take care of, and so we appreciate all the hard work you guys do. But thank you, Howard, and congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Moving into Tourist Development Council quarterly report.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Kimberly.
I have a presentation here that we'll get going. Just want to give you the update for tourism from July 2025 to December 2025, so that you have those 2 quarters and everything that's been happening in tourism. And we'll just jump right in. Want to give you this is the good news report. The tourism department should be your good news department. And so want to tell you that we had a very successful last 6 months of 2025 with events. We worked very closely with some upcoming events. The National Tractor Pullers Association is bringing the Grand National Southern Swing tractor pull to Putnam County. They'll be here in March 20th through the 21st, and we worked with them on the group sales side to bring them to connect them with hotels and overnight accommodations, and help them plug into the community. They are using local vendors to get the track prepared for their event. So we worked with them on that side. We also are working with the Southern Outlaw Drag Boat Association. Their event is in April, and we're again plugging them into the community to get everything that they need to have a successful event. The Invitation Nil is an event that plans to take place in May, and again, these are new events that are coming to our community that just need to be plugged in, and we serve kind of as Putnam County's concierge for those types of events. The event success in October, there were tons of, every weekend, there were multiple events happening throughout the county. That's just economic drivers, bringing new people here, people that have just haven't visited in a while. And of course, bringing new people here. And in December, there were more than 30 events in Putnam County throughout, just celebrating the holiday and getting ready for Christmas and the New Year. So we were just really excited. We did have some collaborative efforts with all of those events. Influencers, we had influencers in the market. Misty Wells filmed 2 episodes in Putnam County in October. She went on a gator hunt with God's Country Outfitters. That episode began airing in Canada in January, so we're hoping to see some success in the Canadian market, which is a little tough for Florida right now. So we're hoping to be a shining star in that Canadian market with that episode and that marketing effort. And then the other episodes that were filmed showcase the river. She did some night bow fishing, as well as a kayak trip at sunset in downtown Palatka with the bats coming out from underneath the bridge. Small Town USA, Visit Florida, and Food with the Fellas were just all they were all influencers that just wanted to say good stuff about our community. Some of those were for free. We didn't even have to pay for it. And so anytime that somebody will talk about our community, in inviting people here is a great partnership. Community engagement. We had a lot of workshops and education and collaborative meetings throughout that last half of the year. A TDC event grant workshop, we explained the grant process and how to be successful with that grant from the application all the way to the reimbursement process. And we also did an event marketing workshop, kind of coached those event planners how to market their event successfully, primarily in the digital space, which may be new for some of those local event planners. Leadership Putnam Tourism Day. We actually took the Leadership Putnam class of 17 young professionals in the community to Yoponte and to their farm in Crescent City and saw the event venue. They talked to us about basically about just shared their story. So yes, we are working with them, and we're really excited about the things that they're doing. We're talking about partnering or having restaurants pair their tea with some of their menu items and using it from a product perspective that way too. Also, there was a December events collaborative. All those events that were happening in December, we pulled everybody together and tried to encourage working together from a marketing perspective. They're all they're sharing the same story. Let's work together and stretch those dollars so that they can be more successful. Digital sign, we are constantly updating that digital sign in front of our office to promote those events. Branding stakeholder focus groups. We've hired, with your approval, the firm Chandler Thinks to do our tourism branding. They came in the market and they did really close to 50 interviews and met with stakeholders in October, and they'll be coming in January with a report on their research because they've done some additional research. And then we had 4 TDC meetings in that 6-month period. So we were busy engaging the community. From a marketing and product development standpoint, those Misty Wells videos did air on Discovery Channel, Wild TV, and there's at least 17 other networks globally that they're airing. Branding and strategic plan, like I said, that's underway. And the final presentation for that will be in March or April, so we'll come to you with the final of that. Video storytelling, you approved that project earlier this year. Video storytelling, we are getting ready to unveil our first episode, and it'll focus on fish camps. What's your fish camp experience? We can really own that space. In Florida, we have more fish camps than any other destination, and so let's really own that and tell that story. We have a wide array of experiences that can be at those fish camps, and it's, I think people will be pleasantly surprised. We see the variety of experiences that they can have. So that's coming out, and then we've got another filming coming up in February, and we'll focus on culinary and arts for some future video stories. Visit Florida, we worked with them on a rural areas of opportunity video. Their Florida Days campaign, they partnered with Margaritaville and Jimmy Buffett's estate, and they wrote a special song called Live More Florida Days. And so that campaign hit in October, and we now have a video that's featured in, that showcases a lot of Florida, but then there's a special section that's just about Putnam County in that. So we'll share that with you all when we get ready to air that. And then we've got RFPs that are distributed for the advertising agency and website development. We sent that out to more than, I think, 30 companies. Proposals came in. We have a scoring committee for each project made of a TDC member, 2 chamber board members, and some independent people from the community as well as chamber staff. So those meetings, the scoring committee meetings, will take place in January and February, and we'll come back to you with those findings and those recommendations. And then that's all I have, but I do want to give you a preview of what's coming. There's a lot happening the first quarter coming soon. We've got the Z-Fest, Florida Z-Fest, which is the Nissan Z car. That car show is happening the same weekend as the Azalea Festival, so there will be a lot going on that weekend. We've got the Mammoth March that is at Dunn's Creek in the end of January. We've got the Palatka Bluegrass Festival in February, and not to mention the Bostwick Blueberry Festival and that tractor pull in March. So lots of great things happening.
Exciting times. Thank you for your presentation. Commissioner Pelletier, you're recognized.
How did you come up with the date of March 21st, 20 and 21st for the tractor pull?
So that was a date change. They had originally given us dates that were before the opening of the fair.
That's my comment.
I know. They had to change dates due to some things on their end, and I didn't know about it until they had already set those. We did talk about it before they set it, and they are actually working with their association. They've had conversations, and they're working together to do some marketing and to do some different things. So they're working together.
I think tractor pull thing is going to be very exciting, and they're going to draw a big crowd, but I hate to see two competing
So
ventures.
I think that we need to, it's really hard, sir, when there are multiple events. That's why we try to collaborate and find ways for everybody to win so that everyone can be successful. And so we are really working hard with both of those entities to make sure that that's the case.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Hey, Kimberly.
Hello.
Good morning. I just sent you a text as a reminder. Great work, great presentation. I'm very excited about the videos that you guys had made. And send a reminder to you and Laura, if you could send us links to those, because I haven't seen any. I would love to watch those and share those, and maybe Miss Laura could get those and put them on our BOCC site. But fantastic job. I'm very excited about that, and kind of have a different opinion than my fellow commissioner down there. I think it's kind of exciting to have concurrent events, especially because I think the target audience for the tractor pull is not isolated to Putnam County, but we'll have that nostalgic feel of a small town fair in conjunction with an event that's drawing visitors from out of county, out of state, and they get to see some of the old school fly. I'm hopeful.
Yes, sir. And if I may, so let me thank you for the support. The events, we are working really hard to help everyone be on the same page, and when markets align, it just is better. And then when markets are different, that can be better too, because then we draw different people in. So we're working hard just to make sure that everyone collaborates and is aware. We're also getting to the point where there's event saturation and there's too many things happening at once. So we're also trying to manage that too, and trying to guide people to other times depending on what's happening in the county.
Great position to be in, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yep.
The other thing related to the videos. So we are establishing a tourism playlist on the YouTube channel. So once we start to get in a regular schedule for these videos, it'll be easier for us to get that information out to you. We are establishing we purchased the URL floridafishcamp.com so that we can own that space. So there'll be a special, we're building that site now. And then, so we've got a whole strategy with how we're going to send out the videos. But the Missy Wells videos, I'll gladly share that with you all.
Now, is the NIL event, is that settled now, or is it still?
So I know that they are going through permitting.
So we have secured it as far as if
Yeah, they want to be here, we want them here, and so it's just a matter of going through the process and then having their event.
That's very exciting. Can you share with the audience and those in cyber world what schools might be involved in that event and how important that is?
Sure. The invitation NIL, it's NIL, it stands for name, image, likeness, and so collegiate athletics has changed. It's no longer about scholarships. It's about how much can we pay you to use your name, image, and likeness to promote the school, to promote products and different things. So universities are raising private funds to pay athletes, and this event is a fishing tournament to raise funds for that effort. So we are talking, the event organizer is talking with FSU, University of Florida, Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Georgia Tech. I think there's two more that I've forgotten, but they're major.
You named the University of Florida.
I
so
did.
The rest of them really don't matter.
So Ms.
Well,
Moore,
but see, those are visitors.
Yes, yes.
and that would be held at the riverfront?
It would be.
Okay. Are you good, Commissioner?
I'm good. Thank you very much, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Newbold, recognized.
Yeah, thanks for the great report. And like you guys said, it is unfortunate to have, competition with the fair, but, those things happen, and you can moan about it, or you can do like you guys have done and gonna make it something positive. You put that in Sam's lap, she'll make something positive out of it. So that is exciting. It is, we all know that we shine in outdoor activities. We have a plethora of outdoor assets, and we always talk about, that's our thing. Well, it's coming home to roost now, and you guys are making that happen. I'd like to see those things coming here, that outdoor activity. I'd love to see them in District 1. That's wonderful.
Listen, you get all the pavement and everything else, so you're set.
So
There we go.
anyway, congratulations. These events, they're fishing based, they're outdoor based, they're culturally appropriate. It's y'all are hitting the nail on the head. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ms. Morgan, what I would like to say to you is, what's happened in the last 6 months for me as a commissioner and as a citizen in the community, I feel like this is a breath of fresh air. And the reason I feel that way is because we have grown so much in our tourist development and what we're doing and what we're putting out. And we're gonna have a big return on our investment for that. And I am excited about everything you guys are doing in the collaboration. I know you're putting in a lot of hours to make these things happen. But you hit the nail on the head too when you talked about all the different groups, instead of working against each other, but collaborating together. And that's very, very important. And I just want to say I'm proud of you guys and the chamber for taking that approach. Commissioner Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to say, a year ago, we were in Tallahassee worried about tourist development and what was going to take place. Legislators were looking at metro tourist development, and they were flush with money, thinking that was the way it was all through Florida, and that's not the way it is through Florida. Tourist development comes from bed tax. It's not the people that live here, it's the people that visit here. And that visit here invests in more people visiting here. So let's be clear about that. So when we tell the story to our legislators, we tell a story of a whole different Orlando or Miami or Tampa. We tell the story of rural Florida. We tell the tractor story. We tell the fair happening at the same time. That's what we tell the story about. And that's a good story to tell, because the more people that come and visit, they like it here. Some people go, man, I'd like to live here. Well, you can. There's opportunities abound. Or you can just continue to come back and visit with us, one or the other. But, we have to stick up for rural Florida, and we're totally different than the metro areas. So when we do that, we tell those great stories, and I appreciate all the efforts that you have done and moving tourist development into that next realm. And I'm looking forward to the future of tourist development here in Putnam County. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly, for your presentation. Next, we have up the Economic Development Department of the Putnam County Chamber for your quarterly year-end presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sarah Maxfield, Vice President for Economic Development for the Putnam County Chamber. Thank you very much for having me. I'm just going to give you some highlights of activities from July through December of 2025. New and existing business development, we're currently working with 9 clients that are interested in either locating or expanding here in Putnam County. Of those 9 clients, 3 are confidential attraction leads from Florida Commerce, Jack's USA or FPL, 5 are organic traction leads, and 1 is a local existing industry contemplating expanding operations here in Putnam County. These represent collectively 682 jobs, new jobs, 150 retained jobs, and over $1 billion in capital investment to the county if they all come to fruition. We also reviewed an additional 14 RFPs. However, Putnam County was not able to respond to those due to various things, meaning there wasn't the infrastructure, we didn't have the acreage or the building that they were looking for, one of those various reasons. We have completed 32 retention and expansion visits year to date. One of these engagements is expected to result in an expansion project, and we're actively supporting that company through all of the next steps. In 2025, we had 6 projects announced or actively under construction. Georgia Pacific with $83 million in capital investment and 20 new jobs. Legacy Motorsports Complex, $300 million in capital investment and 100 new jobs. Tri-Circle Pavers, $12 million capital investment and 10 to 20 new jobs. FPL Battery Storage Plant, $200 million in capital investment and 2 to 3 new jobs. Stern and Industries, $39 million in capital investment and 80 new jobs. So collectively, that's $634 million in investment and 223 permanent full-time jobs. Other projects that we wanted to mention under construction: Georgia Pacific, FPL Battery Storage, and Certainteed, which many of you attended the ribbon cutting for that project. A couple of other related agency activities. We're still maintaining the working relationships with our regional economic development partners and our state economic development partners, and representing Putnam County at many of those regional and statewide meetings. We represented Putnam County at Rural Counties Day this year, and that's happening again coming up next week. And the FEDC Annual Conference, as well as the Florida Rural Economic Development Summit that just happened last month. We are continuing to represent Putnam County at the JAX USA Regional Partner and Business Development Committee meetings, and we're continuing to support our local SBDC in support of local small rural businesses. A few other activity highlights. In December, we hosted the final PCEDC Quarterly Investor Luncheon of 2025. Many of you were there. We had our retail strategies consultants there that gave us a little bit of a peek behind the curtain on how retailers decide their newest location or expansion. Hopefully that was helpful in understanding what's going on here in Putnam County. We also delivered the inaugural Workforce Development Summit in November, drawing more than 60 participants over at the CL Overturf Auditorium. We intend to continue to do that on an annual basis. And last but not least, last week, Northeast Florida Regional Council Annual Awards. We were able to receive the Economic Development Excellence Award for Northeast Regional Council, and many of you were there as well attending that meeting, so we were really excited. Let's see. Moving forward, I just wanted to make you all aware that we will be implementing upgraded ED reporting and metrics tracking, so it will no longer be the format that you see. I'll have an accompanying presentation for our public as well. We'll launch a comprehensive overhaul of our reporting and metric tracking systems. It will expand our data collection to include key project pipeline indicators, insights from commercial permits issued here in Putnam County, newly available industrial and commercial square footage, absorptions rates, site readiness progress, workforce participation trends, unemployment rates, and infrastructure dollars leveraged. Our goal is to develop a easy-to-read dashboard that allows users to track important economic indicators over time, providing a clear and consistent view of Putnam County's growth and momentum. And we'll also begin monitoring a broader set of quality of life indicators, including population growth or decline, median household income trends, and new community investments. And that is the end of my report.
Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah, thank you so much for this report. Sitting here thinking back to 2014, I asked if these reports could be made to us, and why would we do that? Well, our citizens need to know what's going on in this county. And they need, and I don't care about names, I just need to know that somebody's keeping an eye on the ball, that there's 5 people looking at us, 4 people might come, 3 people said no, whatever the case may be, but at least they're looking at us, and that's what we should be enjoying. And our citizens need to know that when we invest in the chamber and we invest in economic development, there should be a rate of return on that. So I also want to say yesterday at our Putnam County Development Authority, which our Honorable Matt Reynolds here serves as chair on that, and Commissioner Wilkinson, Madam Chair, also serves on that board, moved some things forward yesterday. So keep an eye on what's going to come out of the Development Authority, which was the statutorial authority based back in 1960 something. So a lot of good things are happening here in Putnam County. I believe all the stars are aligning properly for us. I do believe people have found us, but now we've got to be able to make that work for us in a positive direction. And you know, I was talking about shovel ready yesterday, and when I first came on the board, I went to all these regional meetings, and you got to be shovel ready. We didn't have enough money in the bank to be shovel ready, and I don't mean that awful. You pay a sheriff's deputy or you pay an EMT versus putting pipe in the ground in hopes that they come. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pay the people that are working to protect our citizens. But I'm all about putting money in the bank, and when we need to be ready for a project to come in, then we'll be ready for that project to come in. So I appreciate all the hard work. I appreciate the new dashboard that's coming. I'm looking forward to that. And I want our citizens to know that the investment we make is going to pay dividends into the future. So thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sarah, you touched on a couple things that I think are very, very important. Unemployment rates. I saw recently an article that came out regarding the state of Florida has increased unemployment rates. I would love to see what Putnam's is compared to the state average, because I don't believe we're there. There was a report less than a year ago that said that we were one of the fastest growing counties with job increases in the state of Florida. So I would love to see where we actually fall in comparison to the state unemployment rate. And then you mentioned median household income, and we all know, when we have all been working diligently together as stakeholders and leaders in the community, realizing that we have to increase the median household income for our residents, and that's what's a game changer for our residents, because when you're the lowest, then you're going to always stay at the end. And so having 223 permanent full-time jobs, that's huge. That's huge for our community, and the fact that you guys are continuing to move the ball forward and work on that, we really appreciate that, and that's the kind of information we need to have, so that when we're out talking to our constituents, that they understand that there is a whole front of people, a whole group of people is truly wanting to increase the median household income for our residents here in Putnam County. And again, I think that's just a big game changer for Putnam County. So thank you for your presentation. And if you got some unemployment rates or median income household, how that compares, if we've increased, what we've done over the last year, I would love to see that next time.
Yep, and I can send that to all of you as soon as I get back. I actually have that in my office.
All right, very good. Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned a great report. Thank you so much. It's great information. It's very positive and tells us what direction we're going. You mentioned 14 reviewed projects that we couldn't just pull here for one reason or another. In that Development Council meeting yesterday, Development Authority meeting yesterday, we were, that's okay. That's okay. We're interested to know what some of those issues are that those team that got away, what did they need? I realize some of those we may never be able to achieve, but you know, if we in that Development Authority are aware of those things, we might be able to start focusing on them for future lands.
Of course, So. Yeah, and I think that what we know that there's a new era in your Development Authority, that you all are looking at potentially hiring a full-time or part-time director. And we're really excited to re-engage at that point and understand where the goals will align and how we can help everybody get to the same place. I can tell you that at least 4 of those simply had energy needs that our providers were not able to meet. And so, you know, sometimes they're really out there and insurmountable, and sometimes they're things that we could probably fix rather easily.
Very
Thank you.
good.
Yeah, if we could, even before that re-engagement, if we get just a little summary, or maybe you at our next meeting to just a little insight into what a few of those things were, that would be
Of
helpful.
course, of course.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for
Madam Chair,
having
may I?
me.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Commissioner Ball, I completely lost it when I was mentioning who was on that, but yes, you were very instrumental yesterday, so appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, board, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess. Let's reconvene this meeting. And we are going into our planning and development public hearing. First up is rezone REZ 25-000012 KNC Properties.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services. This is once again REZ 25-000012. The applicant, KNC Properties LLC, is requesting a zoning map amendment from residential 2 R2 to commercial 4, commercial intensive C4, on 3.23 acres located at an unassigned location on the north side of Phillips Dairy Road in Palatka to allow for the development of a towing facility and mechanical work facility. Surrounding zonings include residential 2 with an additional commercial retail C2 and commercial intensive C4 on the south side of Phillips Dairy Road. The subject site has a future land use designation of urban service, US. The parcel has approximately 190 feet of access from Phillips Dairy Road, and according to the National Wetlands Layer and the FEMA flood zone layer on the GIS reference map, the lands do not appear to contain wetlands and is located within FEMA flood zone X, not a special flood hazard area. Should the applicant's request be approved, the applicant will then be subject to review by the Development Review Committee before obtaining any permits for development on this property compatible with the C4 zoning district. Here you can see an aerial view of the property, and here you can see a zoomed out view as requested by the Planning Commission. Here you can see a future land use view of the property, and once again a zoomed out view of that. And here you can see the zoning, and once more a zoomed out view. Staff recommended denial of the request to amend the zoning map from residential 2 to commercial intensive. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning is not consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan and does not meet the locational requirements of the commercial intensive C4 zoning district provided in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. At their November 12, 2025 meeting, the Putnam County Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the same. Do we have any questions?
Before we go into questions, I'd like at this time for anybody on the BOCC to state whether they've had any ex parte communication or whether they have a conflict of interest, starting with Commissioner Alexander.
I have spoken with Mr. Brown regarding the property. It will not influence my decision.
Okay. Commissioner Newbold.
I've had none.
Commissioner Pelletier.
I've had none.
Commissioner Harvey.
I've had none.
All right, and I am going to, out of an abundance of caution, declare a conflict of interest simply because Mr. Brown and my husband do a lot of business together. So I'm going to step out of this.
Does that allow that?
Is that allowed? I don't know. I mean, I
don't think it is, just because you do, I don't think
So-
you have a financial benefit in it.
I don't know. So that's a question.
So our conversation offline was that there's the potential for her husband to receive a financial benefit
Okay.
that may be perceived to be tied to the vote, and it was because of that I agree that there's a conflict.
Just as perception, because Mr. Brown also owns a St. John's Auto Body Towing. Is that correct? You have a, sure, come on up. I want to make sure this is clarified before we move forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you own St. John's Auto Body Towing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and you do business with my husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You'll
Yes,
come
ma'am.
back. I'll get you to come back in a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with that, I'm going to declare conflict of interest. Commissioner Harvey, you recognized for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being so thorough on that. That's very refreshing. Question I have concerning staff. Staff denied it, planning board approved it, and basically the question was that when I read in my packet, Mr. Morris questioned the reason for staff recommendation to deny. I guess he's the vice chair of the Planning Commission from what I was reading. And your response was they didn't have another direct access if they had one more road. Would that have changed your opinion?
It certainly would have helped the opinion. It would have been more in compliant with the comprehensive plan and land development code locational requirements. There's always going to be the incompatibility concerns, as you can see from the zoning map that is surrounded on most sides by active residential sites after all. and C4 is a very intensive commercial zoning district. Ultimately, if they had the secondary access, it would have fell more in compliance with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, and staff would have been almost wanting to say neutral if possible, but since staff are not allowed to, we probably would have erred more on the side of approval just because it would be more in compliance than it currently is.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong, over the years, we've seen a lot of commercial activity along this corridor, more than I've seen in my lifetime along that. So I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding why, you know, I mean, I realize that a lot of things are residential and then roads come through and expansion comes through and then commercial comes. But I just, for life of me, I see this corridor as a commercial corridor now with residential still being stuck there. If you look at 207 going through East Palatka, you know, there's residential there where probably commercial needs to be at and will be at one day when these residential units sell out. So I guess I'm just having a hard time with that, but I'll get to that when we get to the vote. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to understand, I know we have declined a number of the C4 designations along the 207 corridor due to the intensity and what the development could be in that area because of concerns regarding, I mean, that you can go as far as a chemical depot at that point once it's a C4 designation, correct?
Correct. For the bulk storage of toxic materials, you do require a special use permit on top of that, however. But with just C4 zoning, you could do everything from mobile home sales to truck stop and everything in between. There are quite some heavy polluting and noise-making facilities that can be done on C4.
Okay. May I ask the applicant to come forward?
Well, yeah. We usually do staff questioning.
I'm sorry. I just.
Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. And is there a reason that you chose to go with the C4 versus the C3? Would it not accommodate your needs as a C3 designation? Did it not allow for the tow yard, or?
Looking into it, I want to look into it a little bit more, but C4 was just because of the fact that we do have commercial trucks coming in on ours, which is Phillips Area Road has a commercial compound there that runs semi-trucks and trailers out of it. That's the reason we wanted to go C4 potential for doing any more mechanical or anything that we wanted to do for growth.
Okay, and with that being said, question for staff. As a C3 designation, would they still be allowed to do similar work, mechanical and stuff like that, under that C3 designation, or do they have to accelerate it to the C4?
In C3, they are allowed to store and do basic repair on heavy equipment, including semi-trucks. It's just auto body that requires a C4 zoning district.
Okay. So we're looking at maybe potentially as auto body down the road? Or,
No, sir.
Okay, so.
I have no desire for that.
I think you probably had enough of that already.
Yes,
Gotcha. I want to understand, I don't, the single entrance makes sense to me as a security stance, from a tow yard, repo yard. I was just trying to wrap my head around why we went with a C4 versus a C3 on that, if it would accommodate your needs.
Yes, sir.
And being, I know we're going commercial in that corridor now, but there's still some residential area close to it, so that was my area of concern.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, it was a two-part question. I'll
Okay.
get both of them out of the way.
Are you done with questions for staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Grimes, you're recognized.
We would have to do a little research on it, but it appears Orange Avenue, which touches the back of the property, could potentially be an exit, because it appears on the GIS map, and only looks like a portion of an easement. So if it ever really did become a problem for secondary access, it looks like Orange Avenue could come into the back of the parcel. We just had to do a little research on whether we own that portion of property.
And that it's never been vacated.
That it's never been vacated, correct?
We don't know that at this point.
I don't, but I just wanted to point out that I think there is a potential for secondary access there, and also off of, appears to be West Oak, maybe. So, I mean, I don't know that if he would be potentially I think there is options if he needed an additional exit. Also off onto West Oak also appears to go into the property, which is just an undeveloped portion of a roadway.
All right. Commissioner Palacio, you're recognized for questions for the staff.
Currently, he just wants to access it off Phillips Dairy, is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, attempting to access it through the residential neighborhoods on the rear, as Mr. Grimes had pointed out, would be potential down the road, would be even less in compliance with the Land Development Code. So accessing it straight from Phillips area with no other access point is technically more in compliance than if they were to try and access from other points.
I'm familiar with that area right there very well, and there's already commercial and industrial buildings and work being done along that area, correct?
Yes, sir. Everything on the south side of Phillips Dairy Road is in the commercial or industrial zoning district. That's the red and purple you're seeing on the map now. Earlier last year, we did a rezone for the property south and slightly over to the west there to go from C2 to C4 as well.
If it's in my packet, does it list the hours of operation?
No, sir.
Mr. Brown, can you elaborate on that?
Typical business hours are 9 to 5, but I am a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week business. So,
Right, but you wouldn't
as
be.
far as coming in the middle of the night, I'm
I
not
know
going
you
to
have
lie to
to-
this board. I have brought in a piece that was there
Sure,
just to see
But
if any
you're-
of my neighbors would notice, and it was around about 10:30 at night.
But-
Nobody noticed, but
but typically you're not gonna
9
be
to
running an
5.
air hand 3 a.m. in the morning.
I'm not gonna run any kind of equipment like that after 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock, it's strictly go work a wreck at, Palm and Crill.
I understand.
Bring it in, drop it, and walk away from it.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you, staff.
I did not particular to this property, but all of them. I noticed that we went through this period where we were talking about everything had to go to DRC before it came to the planning and before it came to us. Did these all go to some kind of DRC for review, or how are we handling that differently, generally speaking?
So that was for the cases of plan unit developments, which are in the code required to go to DRC before the Planning Commission. When it comes to rezones and map amendments, those are nowhere in the Land Development Code required to go to DRC first.
All right.
Some cases do go to DRC. We have another rezone that is in the works that you will be seeing in a few months for right on the corner of Phillips Dairy Road there, where they had gone through DRC for a preliminary, and we informed them that their desired development would not be compatible with their current zoning district.
So I know I'm getting way ahead of myself, but in that case, why did were they told to go in front of DRC ahead of time?
We allow the applicants to decide where they want to go first. Sometimes they decide they want to go to DRC first. Sometimes they decide they want to go to the rezone first.
But to your point, it wasn't required unless it's a PUD.
Correct. Generally, they'll go with whatever is the most expensive option, just because if it's not going to pass at one point, they'll go then they know they can't go forward at all, kind of deal.
Expensive option.
Oh, the DRC review is $200. A rezone is $750.
I got you. Okay. All right. With that, are there any other comments or questions for the presenter? All right. Here, seeing none, we'll go into. Is there anyone here who would like to speak? This is a public hearing. Anybody who would like to speak on behalf of the applicant? Mr. Brown, did you have anything else you wanted to say? I know you've filled out a speaker card. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I did draw up something so you can see with the plan.
Sure. I don't know how we would see it, but
I'll hand it to you. As far as doing the applicant card, I just did that to see if y'all had any questions.
right.
Are you open to looking at the C3 designation with a special use?
So just like any typical person coming up here, I don't have the full background of all these things and knowing what they represent and what they do. I knew that C4 was going to accommodate me. I'm not looking to put anything toxic on it. I actually took a lot of toxic out of it. That property had been derelict for many years and it had been a dumping site. I took a giant leap of faith along with my family to do something with this piece of property, not to endanger it or do anything worse. I have no problem in looking at that as long as it accommodates a future use for my son, which would be a mechanic shop. We're not trying to jump into light duty. We're just doing diesel mechanic work. He currently serves the United States Marine Corps, and that's my future plan between them and running the business.
Well, I appreciate your willingness to take a risk, expand,
Yes,
make
sir.
a business for your family, have them continue to live here in Putnam County. If that C3 would work with a special use, it would make things easier all the way around, and I feel like it would accommodate your needs, but
Yes, sir.
you know, that would need to be confirmed. So,
My biggest reason for even picking that piece of property is knowing what was around me. In a towing business, looking across the street and seeing a trucking company, that's bread and butter to me. You know, you break down, I'm right there beside you. I looked at that, I looked at areas, I talked to all the neighbors before I even got started. You know, I told them what my plan was, everybody was excited.
you know, I think the logic is sound. You know,
Absolutely.
when we see this kind of thing come before us, it makes sense. So, but just that, I think that would be helpful to us all if that works with you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a question for legal. Should we be negotiating C4, C3 special use, or should we just be hearing this at what the applicant has asked us to do? Because the zoning runs with the land for perpetuity at this point. But I don't know if I don't mind negotiating, but I don't know if that's something we should be doing at this point.
You know, so you have a lot of discretion as to how you handle a particular application. I interpret what the questions are coming from the commission, that you're kind of voicing what your tolerances are as it relates to the compatibility of the surrounding community. So you can talk to an applicant about kind of what you think is compatible in that area. Now, then you can't have contract zoning, you can't have conditional zoning. So what you can do is, if the applicant doesn't wish to amend their application, which again would bring us back to another public hearing, because we have a notice that says we're looking at C4 today. But if they're not willing to do that and wish to go forward, then that is something you take into account when you cast your vote.
But the problem I'm seeing here is let's just say that we negotiate to C3, but the applicant still has to get a special use permit that doesn't come from us at that point. It goes back to the planning department for that, or the planning commission, correct? I don't believe it comes to us.
If I may.
Won't unless it's appealed.
Special use permits of this nature would be most likely handled administratively by the Administrative Deviation Committee. The only special use permits that generally go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment these days are for cell towers and borrow areas, which are required by the Land Development Code to go to them.
Well, I guess my concern is here we are talking about different zoning, and maybe I don't want to lead the client on thinking that if we go to C3, that it's an automatic special use permit that would come along with that, because it still has to go through the deviation committee. Am I hearing that correctly?
Depending on what they're wanting ultimately to get that special use permit for, yes. A lot of the stuff that they're wanting, if not all of it, is still available in C3 by right. It's just when you get into the equipment, the heavy equipment repair for auto body that you would need like the permit for.
So he doesn't need a special use permit unless he's doing auto body work. So everything that he wants to do will conform with the C3 special. It doesn't need any type of special use permit.
Off the top of my head, I believe that to be correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harvey, you done? All right. If anybody else have any questions, Mr. Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just spoke with my client, considering what has just been brought up by the commission. My client would like to take a look at the C3 option. Something we had discussed in the past. I won't tell you it's brand new, but I think he's reconsidering that. So I don't know what the proper procedure might be, but if we could table this or continue it, to use some terminology from the courtroom, then I could get with your folks on staff and see what we could do about addressing what's been brought up.
All right. Does anybody want to comment on planning's?
I do. I have a
Okay.
question for legal.
Sure, go ahead.
So, you know, as we go down this path, you know, when we have an occurrence like this where we have a solution that's amicable to both parties, could we make that decision now, or does he have to go back through the entire application process?
Well, it's not the entire application process, because you have to remember a lot of the precursor of what leads up to your consideration is legwork that's done by staff and your appointed boards and committees. But with the amendment, if they're asking to amend the application and then defer to a later time and date, it's not that you have an amicable agreement between the parties, but your public has a right, that's why we have a public hearing, they have a right to be heard. So the public has been told that we're considering C4 today. Now, whether somebody shows up or not's up to your constituents. But when you change what's being proposed in the application to a C3, they still have that right to come forward. That's all.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's what I wanted to clarify, because it was going to a less intensive use, so.
But it's still a change.
It is a change, obviously, so the public does have a right, but, I mean, as you figured out from me by now, I like to see the process of government sped along, so Mr. Brown is not encumbered for, another 2 weeks or whatever it takes to get back before the board. I know he's eager to get started with his business, and if there was a way that we could move it forward quickly, I thought it was my duty to ask, because I'm the one that presented the question regarding the C4.
I agree, and not to try to sway the commission one way or another, but as objectively as we can look at it, the distinctions between C3 and C4 are really minimal.
Okay.
If so, there are actually some more protections in C4. Mr. Brown was talking about trip counts and things like that, so I don't know that one provides any protection to the surrounding area that the other does not.
Okay. Thank you, Rich. Fair.
Commissioner Pelletier, you're recognized.
I'm all about simplifying things. I don't want to hold this man up from doing business. What he's going to do there meets with what's going on around in that area. I think Mr. Young may have the right idea. Change the wording of that you need that fits us to put you in business. That's my 2 cents on that idea. The legal part of it, you work that out somewhere else, but let's get that done so we can get this man in business. We don't need to be holding him up on red tape. Thank you.
Do you have any other comments or questions?
I do not. If the commission is willing to table this, we're willing to go back to staff and see if we can get it worked out.
Let me just make sure we have no other public comment.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak regarding rezone KNC Properties Ordinance 2026-001? All right, seeing none, it comes back to the board. What is your pleasure?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we table this until the client can get back with staff and come up with something that the verbiage and the zoning meets his needs versus what we have right now.
We have a motion on the floor to table it.
I'll second that.
Second. Is there, now we're into debate. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see us needing to table this at all today. Nobody from the public showed up to voice their concern. We've heard from our legal staff that there's protections in C4 that are also in C3. We can go ahead today since no one's here. And I don't mean that no one's here. If somebody really had an objection, they would be here and they would be saying something. So maybe if we really want to put this man in business, we go ahead and vote for a C4 and move this thing ahead today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So just to clarify, you're recommending going against what our county attorney said would be in our best interest in protecting this board? Okay. Okay. Commissioner Alexander. And there was opposition. If you read the memo, there was opposition at the Planning Commission. There were about 4 or 5 citizens. You're recognized.
I'm good.
You're good.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I want to do anything we can to support local businesses and get them moving and get this process moved forward, but I want to do it the right way to protect the surrounding neighbors. I don't think that Mr. Brown has an issue with that based on the comments that I've seen. So if we're going to do it, let's do it the right way. Again, I made a comment earlier about paying for the sins of our fathers. So if we're going to make a decision, let's make the right one, long-standing.
So the motion on the floor is to table. We have a second. Are there any other discussions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. All right, motion carries to table it. That was the motion on the floor. All right, going into rezone 25-00013.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Ethan Thompson, Planning and Development Services, presenting REZ 25-000013. Putnam County is requesting a zoning map amendment from industrial light to public use light on a 1.83 acre parcel, which is located at 125 West McCormick Road in East Palatka, to allow for greater development on the property. Playground equipment will not need permits to install, but a map amendment will be required before the parcel can be eligible for building permits for other amenities. Adjacent and surrounding zonings include industrial and residential. The subject site has a future land use designation of industrial. The parcel has approximately 293 feet of access from West McCormick Road and approximately 270 feet of access from South Maryland Avenue. According to the NWI wetlands layer and the FEMA flood zone layer on the GIS reference map, the land does not appear to contain any wetlands and is located within FEMA flood zone X, which is not a special flood hazard area. Should the applicant's request be approved, the applicant will then be subject to review by the DRC before obtaining any permits for development on this property that will be compatible with the P1 zoning district. Here is an aerial of the property. Here is actually the zoning map and the future land use, as well as the flood zone. Staff recommends approval of the request to amend the zoning map from industrial light to public use light. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan and meets the locational requirements of the public use light zoning district provided in the Land Development Code. At the November 12th, 2025 meeting, the Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval of the same. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from staff? All right, seeing none. All right, I guess we're the applicant. You're the staff and the applicant. Who's the applicant?
The applicant is Putnam County.
All right, is there any ex parte communication or conflict of interest? I was wondering why I asked that question, but okay.
I think it's a requirement.
Right. It's required, okay. All right. Is there anybody from the public who would like to speak regarding this rezoning? All right, seeing none, back to the board for.
Madam Chair, I move approval of ordinance number 2026-002, amending ordinance 2024-12, an ordinance of Putnam County, State of Florida, amending the official zoning map for Putnam County Incorporated, Article 2 of the Putnam County Land Development Code, ordinance number 2024-12, rezoning 1.83 plus or minus acres from industrial light to public use light, providing for severability and effective date, case number REZ 25-00013, Putnam County.
Here we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
There's a second. Any debate? Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. All right, next we have rezone 25-000014, Crill's Property LLC.
All right, one more time for the record, Ethan Thompson, Planning and Development Services, presenting REZ 25-000014. Crill's Property LLC is requesting a zoning map amendment from Commercial 2, Residential Estate, and Commercial 3 to Commercial 3 on a 2.52 acre parcel located at 149 South Highway 17 in East Palatka to allow for contiguous commercial development. Adjacent and surrounding zonings include commercial, residential, and public use. The subject site has a future land use designation of commercial and urban service. The parcel has approximately 330 feet of access on South Highway 17 and approximately 206 feet of access on Walton Road. According to the NWI wetlands layer and the FEMA flood zone layer on the GIS reference map, the lands do not appear to contain wetlands and is located within flood zone X, which is not a special hazard area. Should the applicant's request be approved, the applicant will then be subject to review by the DRC before obtaining any permits for development on the property compatible with the C3 zoning district. Here is an aerial of the property. Here is the future land use map, the zoning map, and the flood zone. Staff recommends approval of the request to amend the zoning map from commercial 2, residential estate, and commercial 3 to commercial 3. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan and meets the locational requirements of the commercial 3 zoning district provided in the Land Development Code. At the November 12, 2025 meeting, the Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval of the same. Are there any questions for staff?
Before we move into questions, does anyone need to declare conflict, or has there been any ex parte communication, starting with Commissioner Alexander?
I have none.
Commissioner Newbold?
I have none.
Commissioner Palacier?
I've had none.
Commissioner Harvey?
I have none.
I've had none and no conflict. All right, going into questions. Questions for staff. I have one on I noticed it has split zoning. Was that because it was 2 legal parcels, or has it always been one parcel?
It was previously 2 parcels, but the split was actually vertically between the C3 and the residential and C2. That was combined after the application was submitted, but the split zoning has always been on a parcel.
I got you. Okay. All right. Is there any other questions for staff? All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor or against rezone 25-00014? All right, seeing no one come to the podium, back to the board.
I'd move for approval of rezone REZ 25-000014.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. I believe you have to read it by title.
I don't know if that hits the title, but it's a requested map amendment from 2.52 acres from commercial C2 residential and commercial C3 to commercial C3. That whole, what page is that one on? I'm sorry.
7.
Gotcha. Gotta get the whole thing.
Yep, that's the way it rolls.
Okay. An ordinance of Putnam County, State of Florida, amending the official zoning map for Putnam County, incorporated into Article 2 of the Putnam County Land Development Code, Ordinance 2024-12, rezoning, it's 1.86 acres from commercial C2 residential RE and commercial C3 to commercial C3, providing for severability and effective date, case number REZ 25-000014, Putnam County.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? We have a second. Any further discussion or comments or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries unanimously. All right, going into agenda items, this includes in your agenda items 7 and 8, consent and new business. Public comment on agenda items. This portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. It is not reasonable to expect that the board will engage in debate or deliberation about matters on which the board has received no prior information as part of the agenda. Please limit your time to 3 minutes. Public comment cards are communally placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted prior to the meeting to the deputy clerk who sits to the right of the podium. Are there any comment cards on consent or new business items? All right, consent agenda items. Any commissioners wishing to pull anything, starting with Commissioner Harvey?
I have none.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to pull item E, Chamber of Commerce Tourist Development Council Event Grant Recommendation.
All right, Commissioner Newbold?
I have nothing to pull.
Commissioner Palacier?
I have none.
All right, I will pull item B as in boy, and I will also pull item H.
Item H.
H.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move approval.
Yes, go ahead.
On J,
Yes?
there was a typo there, as the agenda item accurately reflects the total purchase price is $204,671.19.
That's on item G.
J, as in Julianne. That's what J goes for, my house.
Give that number again.
She said J.
Yeah, that too.
What's that number again, Madam Chair?
$204,671.19. It's accurately reflected inside of your agenda packet. I just want to make sure we have clarification before you take your vote.
Thank you. I wrote it wrong back in my package. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
204,671.19
Yes,
is
that's
the
correct.
total price for item J as in Julianne.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of items A, B, C.
Not B.
No, A, C, D, F, G, I, and J as amended or corrected.
All right.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or comments? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any likewise? All right, motion carries. So on item B, the SHIP Administrative Affordable Housing, I sit on that board. I just had one question and clarity I'd like to get on that. So one of our incentives was the public land inventory on item J. Existing strategy make available to the public via request or web listing the established inventory of locally owned public land suitable for affordable housing. Have we done that yet?
Yes, ma'am.
And
We do
where
that.
can that be found at?
It's on our main webpage, so if you look into that stipulation, that's requirement that we make all vacant owned public lands available, and that we've done that is suitable, that we've done an analysis to ensure that, one, they're suitable for, and that they would be vacant. As you all know, this board made a determination that we don't hold on to land any longer. So those lands that are there are stipulated, restricted, obviously not available for surplus. Anything that is available for surplus or that we review and can be made available, we bring to you immediately as staff.
So to that point, there
It's
isn't
there.
any, there's a list, but it has 0 parcels on it.
There's a list, it's required, as the requirement goes, I have to list every vacant piece of property that we own. Then there's an availability and whether or not it's suitable for affordable housing. So there's a list of multiple parcels, because we own multiple vacant parcels for drainage or right-of-way or a multitude of reasons. They all have to be listed to be compliant, and then there's a suitability or, an assessment there indicating that they're not available for the affordable housing.
So at this time, we don't have any available.
You do not.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. All right, with that was my only question on item B. With that, I move approval of the State Housing Initiative Partnership Affordable Housing Incentive Strategies report by the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Second.
Oh, wait a minute, I back up. I'm the chair, I can't make the motion.
Madam Chair, I move approval of item B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Alexander, you're on item E.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to touch base on this and kind of understand where we're at on this. I like where we're going with everything regarding what Kimberly presented earlier. Everything looks good to me. And my question is, I don't want people to take this the wrong way, because I thoroughly enjoy the farmer's market downtown. I've been there 3 times. One time I went by myself. It wasn't very expensive. One time I went just as a show of support. And the 3rd time I took my wife, and it was quite expensive because I got to spend some quality time with Harrington Cattle Company. I think it's a boon for downtown. And, I think it is a symbiotic relationship with the businesses down there. It seems to be successful, but I question some of the things that I question with it in general. We're coming back and asking for an additional $10,000.
Who is we?
Visit Palatka.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that Visit Palatka is not a charity. It is a for-profit organization. So we gave them an initial $6,400 to kickstart them. Basically, I see this as seed money, and we do this on numerous occasions. And it's been, from what I understand, successful. Am I correct to assume that you guys are filling the majority of the booths that you have, the spots that we have?
So for speaking on behalf of the TDC, I want to make sure that everyone knows that these grants are reimbursable. So we haven't, it's not a grant.
It's not
in
upfront
the
money.
traditional sense where people get the money up front. These are reimbursable grants that, they have to show expenses for marketing and things that are approved through the tourist development stat,
No,
statute.
I understand
So
that
just,
fully.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
So the Visit Palatka came to the TDC, and the TDC is just making that recommendation. There's a process that we go through. There were several things that we discussed at the TDC meeting. They have sold out of the majority of their booth space. They have the response has been overwhelming, not only from the visitation standpoint, but from the business and even downtown merchants. That are not affiliated with the market. Their business is located downtown.
Absolutely. Like I said, I enjoyed it thoroughly going down there. It feels like Old Town Palatka. I think it's great. My heartburn is not with the event itself. It's with the business plan. You know how many widgets you had to sell. You know that you're not paying rent. You don't have that overhead. You know what your costs are going to be because they're 100% in your control. And you made a request for $6,400.
So let me bring
Yep.
Gabrielle Gunn from Visit Palatka up to the podium to answer those specific questions. We do ask a lot of these questions at the TDC, so and they are the ones that are bringing this recommendation. So.
And while we're doing that, I would urge my colleagues to get page 162 and 163 in your packet. For this, it has the numbers. It shows expenses on one sheet and income on the other. Their total expenses, if you add up the $85,000 and the $29,130, comes to $104,130. They've had $47,200 in income, which nets $56,930. So even after removing the TDC grant, the privately invested interest, they are out even after the $16,400 from the TDC grants that they've asked for, they are out $40,530, according to their reporting. So go ahead, Gabrielle, with your whatever information you could share with us today.
Thank you so much. I prepared some documentation in preparation if this item were to be pulled. So you have received a one-pager, not yet. And here is a presentation regarding the Palatka Farmers Market. So we just wanted to remind you all that the Farmers Market is on the first and third Saturday from September to May, with one event happening in December. It is open to the public. I previously came to you regarding a survey that we sent out to our vendors with a 4.5-star review, and an average of 70 vendors at each market. We have an average of 1,700 attendees at the.
Do you have something you wanted to pull up electronically?
Oh,
or-
yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, we're not seeing that, IT.
Thank you so much.
Give us just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie.
Yes, ma'am.
As if this isn't stressful enough, right? There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you. All right. go
Technology
forward.
can be finicky. So I'll go back to the slide that I was just discussing.
Okay.
That's just a quick review. The goal is for us to support our local businesses, not just our vendor booths, but our downtown merchants. It's driving economic impact in Putnam County, with also increasing visitors and visibility. This is a quick overview of our marketing advertising over the last few months since we've started. We've had radio ads that have equaled 12,150 listeners, and that we launched that this past January for our first event. So for one event, we've had 12,000 listeners on the radio. We have 2,000 subscribers to our newsletter. We have newsletters that go out to neighboring counties that include 14,404 average net circulation. And since we started in September, we've had over 540,000 impressions across the 3 different social media platforms that we utilize. The entertainment element that we are requesting additional funding is being requested to go towards elements such as live music, yard games, face painting, live demonstrations, and character meet and greets. You can see in some of these pictures that we've already tried to start incorporating these things at the request of our vendors and attendees. We also talked about having market themes, and you can see over the next few months until May and for the start of September, because that grant goes until the month of September, we've included different types of themes that we would like our funding to go towards. And then we asked our downtown merchants to give us a quote about the economic impact for their businesses downtown on market days. These are all really great supporting quotes from our merchants. We are very grateful for the support that we have downtown, along with our vendors. We did have a few vendors, when talking to them, that were upset that we only had one event in December, because they were really looking forward to that final event in December to kind of close out that year-end revenue. And so at this time, I am willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, so I'll get Commissioner Alexander, I'll give you the floor back in just a second. When you speak about your listeners, your subscribers, and your circulation impressions, that's how you will be spending the $6,400 that was already given in a grant from TDC.
Yes, ma'am, and those funds have been allocated for each market for the remainder of this fiscal year.
Okay, and then the $10,000 that's requested in this grant cycle is for, it looks like, the upcoming market themes, and you have 11 on there.
Yes, ma'am.
So at $10,000, 11 events, themes, I mean, you're looking at less than $1,000 to pay for those, like Elsa and Anna and Frosty Fest and all of that. And I saw the Grinch was very popular during Christmas.
Yes, ma'am, not just for the children, but for the adults as well.
And do you believe that when you have these additional themes on your market, that you generate more customers, more walkers, more people
Yes.
coming to visit?
We believe so. We did have a really big increase in December, because we had a collaboration between 3 different entities to play into that theme. If it were our cookie company that had specific cookies for that. We had a hot cocoa stand that was the theme of the Grinch. So we really try to play into that and kind of expand that, not just on our platforms, but for our supporting, collaborating entities as well.
And so that's no cost to the citizen. If you're able to get the grant, these are things that you're offering to the citizens to bring more downtown.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Alexander.
How much did the Grinch cost you?
I'll have to go back and look.
You want to volunteer to be the Grinch?
I could be at this point. I think I'd fit the costume.
Well, we'd love to have you in December.
But it was my understanding it was around $100.
Yeah, that didn't cover the cost. It was we asked for an in-kind. It didn't cover his gas, his travel, anything like that. It was 5 hours for him to be there. he was giving us a break because we didn't have that in our budget to do so. And so with moving around of funds, we were able to cover that cost.
Okay, well, it feels like to me that if you need additional funding to get additional visitors there, I would rather you approach the vendors that are there, because it's on my understanding that you have a backlog of vendors that want to attend this event, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, are you using all your available real estate?
At this time, we are not. We cap our categories to 4 entities per category because we don't want an over influx of 20 sourdough people. And so we really want to be conscientious that each vendor has the opportunity to maximize on that event. With the people that would like to be there, we have the availability to expand to the entire parking lot, but we don't utilize that currently. We try to leave a full lane for handicap accessible. We have our parking lot that is mainly for vendors that have food trucks and equipment that isn't going on the grass. And so we have the capability to expand, but it depends on the schedule of our vendors and where they've already committed, who's on our wait list, and who can fill those spots when we have cancellations.
I mean, you've got your schedule laid out for the next year.
Not our schedule, the vendor's schedule.
Right, but you have a backlog of people. So, it really boils down to, you have available real estate, you have vendors wanting to come in, so you have opportunities to capitalize on that on additional revenue. I mean, it's real easy to come back to us and ask for $10,000, but that's like, ABC Business downtown. Oh, we're having a rough month. Let's go to the TDC and say we messed up on our business plan and didn't charge enough for our booths, so maybe they'll give us some more money to carry us through till we figure it out.
I don't think that was the intention of when we came to you with our business model. We were very transparent about.
I get it. I get that. But, now that we made the initial commitment, but we left off at $10,000 of our $16,000 400 request.
We didn't leave it off. It was in our budget. It was the first page of the application did not include the 1 in front of the 6. And so the recommendation was either to not request additional funds or to come back like I am today.
It says here it was left off.
The 1 in front of the number on the initial application, but it was in the budget.
So, are you saying, go ahead.
Yeah. So we made an error to the tune of $10,000.
That's correct.
Okay. And every funding request that we've gotten in here, the model has been to provide 50% of the request. So you're requesting 10,000. Typically, we go back at 50% of that, as has been the case on the NIL, the
Correct.
tractor pull.
Yes.
And we have a recommendation to fully fund yours. So I have some heartburn with that. I feel like we're picking winners and losers using taxpayers' dollars downtown.
And I understand
you guys
that.
you don't pay any rent, you have no overhead other than minimal bathrooms and some marketing dollars that you fully control. So, I mean, it's real easy to succeed if, you can come back and get more money from us. So
But
what happens in 6 months when you need more money?
The intention of these grants is to help with seed funding. We are a new event, and this is our first time doing this model, so we're trying to learn what works, what doesn't work, how
It
can
sounds like
we
it's
improve.
working, but the pricing structure is incorrect. Because I've been down there, it's packed, it's a great thing.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, we have to cut the cord, they need to be self-sufficient.
Right, but we have.
That's my thing. So what are the options as far as increasing your fees to your vendors?
Well, when we initially came to you all with our presentation, we gave our word on the prices because you specifically brought up that item in my initial presentation. And so I was very transparent that this is what we would keep for this season. If we increase the cost for this next season, we didn't want to, in the rest of this season to cover those costs, we didn't want to do that because we'd already given our word. So if this next season, in order to cover those costs so we don't come back to you guys this next fiscal year like many other organizations do, then we won't request those funds.
Yeah.
But we are a new entity. Visit Palatka was officially an organization this past year, and so we are learning.
I understand that, but, you know, should we pay for your vacation? Or should, you know, we could take that $10,000 and bring in 2 other events for the TDC that might be more successful. You guys are a success. So I would prefer to see some tweaking on the funding, the utilization of space. You know, and if you're parking down Reed Street there, that provides additional visibility for those businesses on the sidewalk, because they've got to walk right by them. Right now, they're parking in the parking lot, they walk to the courthouse.
Correct.
So I think it would be very beneficial to do that. That's my take on it.
All right. Are you done on the floor?
I'm done.
Ms. Morgan, can you respond to a couple of these concerns
So,
from the TDC's viewpoint?
from the TDC's perspective, new events are new product to market and sell, new experiences to attract new visitors. I do also want you to keep in mind too that starting in February, there is a major streetscape project that's going on in downtown, and downtown will be under construction for a year. The farmers market is a natural draw that will continue to help publicize that downtown is open for business. So keep that in mind too with this decision. Those are just the TDC is your committee to make these recommendations. They spend a lot of time going through these applications and asking the applicants specific questions. After those discussions in the public meetings that they do have, they make these recommendations to you. And so they're your committee.
And while you're here, this particular allocation is out of what fund?
The category B, which is arts and culture.
Arts and cultural arts, which usually tends to have, so if you want to explain how the money is divided into the different funds and how they're limited.
Sure. Per county ordinance, category A is for special events and festivals and sporting tournaments. And that allocation is 15% of the TDC budget.
Okay.
10% of the budget goes to category B, which is cultural arts, and they have different parameters of what those dollars can be spent on. And so that's what the grant application allows.
So if an applicant has $20,000 in advertising expenditures, they can't get that out of category B.
They can if they're an arts and culture entity where the primary difference is entertainment.
Right. So in this case, they've added an entertainment. They didn't have that originally.
They've always been a category B.
Always been in category B, and so not B, A. Is it B? They're asking for B now. No, we're asking for.
I believe it's category
It's all
B.
category B. Okay. So they added this to their marketing, basically. Okay. All right. I am actually, again, after you review the numbers of their budget on page 162 and 163 of your packet, even after the grant money, you've got a private organization that's invested over $40,000 that they're going to be, they're not getting, I mean, they don't have that money. I don't have any reason to believe, I think you have a private investor who is wanting to see downtown flourish, and they're investing in downtown, and even after this allocation, they're out $40,000, $530 according to their budget that's on here. So I don't know how that's not a great return on your investment. I don't know how you don't consider that. And again, the TDC fully vetted this. I would recommend, Commissioner Alexander, this is the second time you brought up the TDC and having concerns about the things that are coming in front of you. Please come to the next meeting and watch and listen, because I think that you would be surprised and pleasantly surprised to see some questions that we ask and what we go through to get to this point on here. And again, I'll remind you that you're the commissioner on this board who said we should be listening to our citizens and our advisory boards. And so with that, I mean, sometimes I think you guys put me in this seat so I can't make motions. I'm just going to say that. So I fully support and recommend this. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
You know, so the thing is, yeah, we've got a company making an investment in downtown Palatka. But we've also got a company that's directly competing with other businesses downtown. And we're subsidizing that. I understand getting a startup business going, but so they've got $40,000 in an investment. How much money did any of us have in our business when we started it? I didn't come to the TDC and ask for money. And when I had troubles in my business, I don't come to the TDC and ask for money. And when I make a $10,000 mistake because I forgot to put a 1 on an application, I don't say it was an accident, I need more money. I say, you know what, that was my fault. So that's where I'm at. At what point do we cut it off and say that the business model needs to be changed, or do they just keep coming back and asking for money because it's a feel-good thing? I absolutely love the concept. Everybody in here loves the idea of that. But at some point, it needs to be self-sufficient. If not now, when?
They've literally been in business doing this event for a few months.
We had 17 events scheduled initially. We got 11 left. So that's about 6-8 months. They had a business plan. It was a fixed cost of zero rent, which that again is another sticking point in my craw, because they're paying nothing for those grounds, and that's a subsidy that's overlooked. If you had to rent that property, what would that cost?
They probably wouldn't be there.
Well, a couple $1,000s a weekend, if you had to rent that in a typical space. Why are we looking at debating whether or not we give them money? Why don't we look at other issues as far as increasing the cost? Have you? I'm sure. I mean, Gabby, you're very good at your job. Have you done research as far as what St. Augustine's charging their vendors for their market?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but
Commissioner
we
Newbold?
are the cheapest around.
Huh?
We are the cheapest around.
So there's potentially room for improvement?
Right, yes.
Okay. And I understand you trying to hold true to your word, but also it's a business decision. I would have preferred to talk to you about today about, how can we increase the cost to the vendors to subsidize this, to help us and cover some of our costs instead of coming back and asking for another grant from us.
And I think what sets us apart is that we're the only entity that's putting on 17 events per season. And so, that comes as we grow, we understand that. If we have the opportunity to increase our costs to our vendors and they seem amenable to it, then we most certainly will next season, but not this season. So that's why we're asking for additional funds this season. We're also asking, because it is in the budget, that you do have those funds in the Category B budget. And we were the only applicant for this cycle.
We know we have the money in the budget. Just because you have the money doesn't mean you have to spend it.
I understand.
Right, and so it's my job, when I was elected, to make sure that I was a steward of the county's monies. I think it's a great thing. I want to continue it. Do I want to continue to fund it? I mean, we could pay any marketing company to come in here and run a free show on free property.
Okay.
But we've chosen,
Would you like to do that?
we've chosen to invest in you. So I would prefer that we discuss other things. But if that's what you want to do, that's fine.
What do you mean?
I mean,
You don't have a permit event process for renting your facility downtown. There is no ordinance for that. There were no discussions of fees initially for this space. If that's something that we need to have, then that's something that we need to consider as we move forward, but that was never proposed until now.
I understand that. But if we've got vendors downtown that are competing with other vendors, because, it's a beautiful thing. We've got a lot of vendors that are happy with it. But I have also had other vendors other tenants in the area come to me with concerns regarding, we pay overhead, we pay insurance, we pay garbage fees, we pay this, we pay that, and they don't have those encumbrances, and they're still not turning a profit.
Well, I'd love to speak to those merchants because everyone that we've spoken to had nothing but positive things. If you'd love to elaborate on that, I'd be more than happy to further that conversation.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'll be happy to share that information with you later this week.
Okay.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Commissioner Palatka, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, and Ms. Morgan, and
Put your mic on.
I do.
Okay.
I got it on, thank you.
I couldn't hear you.
All right, Mom. This is one of the things that I've definitely seen. Unlike Commissioner Alexander, I've not had a chance to go down there, but I would like to. I've passed by there twice on those certain Saturdays, and it amazed me at the turnout of folks you have down there. This is one of the things that y'all have promoted that I think definitely is working. There's 11 businesses downtown that say we're seeing a direct impact from it. So I think there's more than just the vendors, and the TDC is benefiting from this. So I think I can certainly make a motion to recommend to fund that, because I'm seeing results of it. And when something is proof in the pudding, as they say, I'm for it, absolutely.
All right, we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a second. We're in debate. Go ahead. Yep.
Well, I had ex parte communication with Mr. Jeremy Alexander outside of this venue. It won't affect my vote in any way.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, like sign.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 4-1. Thank you. All right, moving on to item H, procurement. I just had a couple questions on this item real quick. So on this surplus property, we have 9 vehicles that we have shown as trade-in. And so I saw in the next item where we're purchasing new vehicles, one of these, I have to assume that one of those is the trade-in. So how does this process work, and is there a reason why we choose to trade in versus sell to, like on Gov Deals or whatever, or whatever it's called? Because I want to make sure we're getting the most for our funds.
Yeah, great question, and also, and just for clarification, the initial request was to trade in multiple vehicles. This form should have been updated, but was not, because we made a last-minute adjustment after doing another analysis of the value of some of those vehicles. So you'll see on that second, or on the next item that you've already approved as part of your consent agenda, only 2 vehicles have actually been traded in at this time. We're gonna do an value assessment and determine whether or not we think we would yield more money on Gov Deals, or we would on a next purchase that would come from the division for which the asset was purchased.
So what's in front of us today is mostly that we are approving the surplus, not necessarily.
That's correct.
So-
So the venue of disposition is left for staff to make a value adjustment analysis for. Today is simply saying that we've reviewed all of these and they do need to be deemed surplus, so that we can begin that process of removing them from our fixed assets inventory schedule and then begin the process of evaluation.
So we would see them whenever you're purchasing vehicles as a trade-in on allowance on the invoice as you bring in more purchases, or
If that is the disposition venue and triggers to come before the board. Otherwise, you may see it on Gov Deals. You may see it as part of, a normal operation that we would do.
and who on our staff keeps up with this?
That falls to myself and Nicole as the fixed asset specialist.
Okay, I just want to make sure, obviously, there's been some, public review of how different entities handle vehicles, so I just want to make sure that we have a good process in place.
So that is true not just of vehicles, but of all assets throughout the county. We do inventory once a year. We make routine analysis as to what asset we may have that no longer fits our need or a public purpose. And then we bring to you via this form permission for us to declare it surplus, and then we make a determination as to what's going to yield the best value back to the county.
And we follow that asset all the way to the end.
We sure do, and those
keep
numbers
good
are
records on
tracked in the appropriate fund for which the asset was purchased out of fixed assets. So we have multiple reports and venues for which we validate that process.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I think it's important for this board to understand the process that we have in place and the measures that we have in place. With that, I'm good with item H.
Madam Chair, I move approval of item H.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. And then I know we approved, I just have one question on item C, the ARC. We did that. There was a state appropriation. Do we know how much is left for the pool improvement? Do we know that?
Not at this time. They're still doing some analysis on that appropriation, which was granted to the ARC.
Okay.
It is not an appropriation of the counties, so we do not have administrative oversight over that appropriation or the funding or the project.
All right, again, good information for us and the public. All right, going into new business, item A, indigent burial fee schedule discussion.
I think that's back to me. Commissioner directed staff to gather some information as we review and look at the indigent burial fees and processes that go along with it. You can see there's some historic data, 23, 24, 25, books are not officially closed, but on average, over the last 3 years, we average about 36 burials per year. This is just the burial part, so this doesn't count cadaver transport, it doesn't count indigent medical care. We're just talking we're just talking burial at this point. We currently, in fiscal year 25 and 26, we have 6 active contractors. But the way the process works is it's a voluntary process. Those who are licensed in this venue are able to tell us, yes, they want to participate, or no, they don't, and then we kind of do a rotation or a round robin process by which we engage their services. We sent out a message to counties with similar populations from us, but also counties in our surrounding market, because we know that plays a pivotal part. You'll see there the varying fee schedules that are included. And with that, I'll take questions or receive the guidance from the board.
Okay, before I move on to my colleagues, so you're saying the cadaver transport is separately funded?
That's correct, separately billed and funded.
Okay, all right. I know, Commissioner Harvey, you're next, but can I ask let's hear from Commissioner Palatka. I think he has something he wants to.
Madam Chair, due to my part-time employment in this business, I will not be in the discussion or the vote.
All right, thank you. He's declaring a conflict of interest. Thank you. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reading over this, it appears that we are pretty low on this. And just kind of doing the rough math on it, because I think we should be very mindful of the dignity of the indigent burial. There has to be some dignity there and a lot of dignity there. And also our providers need to be able to not go broke doing this. So when you look at, and I just kind of did the rough math, if you went up to $750 per indigent fee, and if you have an average of 36, that is a direct correlation on our bottom line to about $9,000 a year. So I think we can easily handle an uptick of some sort, $750, $800, to be in line with some of the surrounding counties. If you look at St. John's and Volusia, they were nowhere near that. And then Alachua County, I guess you got to weigh the person prior to figuring out how much you're going to get. I don't want to be doing that. I'd rather have a flat fee. So I think somewhere in my estimation, $750, $800 is not going to break the bank of Putnam County, and it's going to give it's going to treat our indigent with a proper burial that they need, and it's also going to make our providers to be not whole. I'm sure they're not going to be whole no matter what, but they're going to be better. They're not going to go in the hole as much or maybe at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I was also that's where I did the math. The average comes out to $750 and the median is somewhere between $700 and $800. So I was at $750 in my mind as well. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
I was just going to echo the points of Mr. Harvey. I agree that even at $750, I still think, based on the presentation that was made at the last discussion regarding this issue, that it's not going to be a profitability item for them. They're still going to lose money, but in my opinion, they do this out of the goodness of their heart and a service to the community, and I feel like they do deserve an uptick to, at least ease that burden on their businesses.
So $750 gives them a 50% increase, so, is there a recommendation?
Would you like to make a motion, Mr. Harvey?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we move this item to a $750 indigent burial fee for this fiscal year that we're currently in.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, discussion on the floor. I do have a question. Do we currently have a policy in place? I see that, and I'm not proposing one, I just see that we used an example of Suwannee County Board of County Commissioners as an example. So do we have something like that in place on paper?
We do not. Again, the board asked staff to review to see, and a multitude of other counties. We asked 12. They do not either. And I'm going to recommend that we maintain our current process.
Okay.
That's in place, which is simply that the licensed funeral agency is responsible for the validation. They send us a bill. They make sure everything's within line. The only sidebar I'm going to have is that, Commissioner Harvey, your motion was for this fiscal year. Can you clarify, are we reevaluating this annually, or is it from today forward that is your motion to set the fee?
No, my motion is for this fiscal year, and then it would go back into budget talks for 26, 27.
So just a temporary amount of time, you'd like to make that adjustment and then reevaluate?
Well, it could stay that way from now on if we don't change it during the budget process. So it's going to stay at 750 if we don't change but during budget, somebody might.
All I'm asking is for clarification.
So your motion would be to
For
set
this
the rate
fiscal
at
year
750
Well,
going
no,
forward.
for this fiscal year and going forward.
I say going forward until later revisited by this board.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Are you good, Ms. Julianne?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Public Works acceptance of portion of Ivy Road. I see you're come forward, Mr. Stout.
This is a section of Ivy Road in the San Mateo area at the end of the road. It's a Class 3 private road.
The entire road is?
Correct.
Okay.
We have some of the right-of-way deeds for just over half of the properties, but not all of the properties. I know that the residents in that area would like that road to eventually become a county road. Right now, it's a Class 3 private. Therefore, we don't do any maintenance on it because we don't have the right-of-way deeds on all of the properties.
Okay. So I have some questions. We have lots of Class 3 roads that we own more than 50% of. I believe we have, I think I asked you to look at how many miles of Class 3 roads we have.
Yes, ma'am. 365 miles of Class 3 roads.
365. And how long is this road? How far is this road, do
I
we know?
want to say 3/10 of a mile.
3/10 of a mile. So,
I think 0.3, 0.4.
if is in this recommendation, if we accept the right-of-way, are we saying that we would then in turn turn it into a different class?
No, ma'am. No, that would have to be a completely different agenda item, and we would have to have all of the right-of-way on the entire road for every single parcel that's on that road. And then it would have to come to the board for acceptance as a county, as a Class 2 or Class 1 road. And before that does it, the county ordinance says that the road has to meet all of our land development code requirements before the county would take over maintenance.
Okay,
That being 66 feet of right-of-way, minimum of 11-foot lanes, proper drainage, the whole 9 yards. And that would have to be brought up to standard by the residents on the road.
And that would come back before the board?
Correct.
All right. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Stout, you've answered a few questions I have, but what's driving this train to get this road into the county system? Because like you said, at the end of the day, there's still an onus on the landowners to build that road up and to bring it up into some type of better classification process. So they're still gonna have, my concern is the fact that we're gonna go out there and say, we're gonna move this, we're gonna accept the right-of-ways, but we're not giving you anything in return unless you do something else. And I don't want an expectation out there that's unmet.
So it's driven by the residents on the road that would like to see it become a class 2 for at least maintenance. Anything past the general maintenance, I'm not sure what they would want.
Could they not go ahead and do some repairs now on that road before we do this?
Being a class 3 private, they can do any of the repairs they want at any time.
I'm just concerned that the fact is we're gonna take all these acceptance and then all of a sudden we're gonna have everybody in the neighborhood here demanding something on the road, and we're gonna say, but you knew ahead of time, but they're not gonna hear that ahead of time. They're gonna hear that after the fact, that I pay taxes and you see all the property taxes we pay on this road, and we demand something to be taken care of.
Right.
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Grimes, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the fact that, Mr. Stout can absolutely correct me if I'm wrong, do we have all of the Ivy Road?
No.
So we played this before, very familiar road is Barden State Circle, where we went out and we got about 80%, and West Bannerville Road, we've got a portion all but then, right? So the expectation is once we start gathering these, that we're going to do, I think to Commissioner Harvey's point, we're going to do something with them. So we've had the residents of both of those two particular roads standing at that podium there saying, what are you guys going to do, right? So this, I just think until you got them all, you were on a very slippery slope of how many of them do we accept? I mean, how many private citizens do we go out and start gathering their property? Because truly they're giving us their property. And then they're giving us their property with nothing in return. So I just wanted to bring that up as a part of the thing, is we don't have everybody on Ivy Road willing to give this. So we don't have everybody, or even if we do, we need to have a process to bring it back to you guys, because right now we're looking at 365 miles of road. I did ask one of the supervisors how many miles of road they have to maintain currently. And they're at 350 miles of Class 1 roadway and 84 miles of dirt road, which I think is 320 and paved, and it's taking 14 people
Right.
in order to do that. So the more of these you bring in, you're talking 365 miles, you're talking about another 15 employees of a fund that you guys already transfer at least $2 million in every year before we ever start an engine. So just wanted to let you guys just kind of understand some of those points.
Very good points. Thank you. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
I appreciate you guys doing the research on that after our discussion at the pre-commission meeting. I echo Mr. Harvey's comments. Once you open that door and those floodgates, you have you really have one option. We would have to increase taxes or find some other way to fund the maintenance on these roads. We are a fiscally constrained county. We are in the throes of the possible loss of property tax revenue. So we have to be very careful, because if we set a precedent where we're accepting these deeds and then, they have an expectation, as Mr. Grimes said, what I would like to see, so that we aren't, and commissions to follow us, don't make decisions based on the winds of change or how we're feeling that day. Would it be comprehensible to draft exact criteria that these roads must conform to beyond just meeting our standards, but we have to have 90% or 100% of the right-of-way in that area, and obviously you'll get the signed, I guess they'll be on board if they sign over their property, but 100% of the buy-in from the neighbors, and put the burden back on the constituent before we take it in. But I would like to see something repeatable, documented, so it takes the guesswork out of it, not just, well, I feel like, this way, that way. It's kind of like a recipe. It's great the first time, but if you can't duplicate it and you don't write it down, it may not be as good the second time.
It is currently in our ordinance that it has to meet county standards before it's ever accepted into county maintenance. And I met with a resident out there with Commissioner Pelletier, and we described that to them, that they would have to bring it up. In to have 100% is what needs to happen before we do anything. We have, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, I'll have to get with Justin. I'm pretty sure we already have a road that we maintain. We pick the blade up and go across private property and maintain beyond that. And it's just one of those.
Well, that's the thing. These people bought on a dirt road expecting it to be a dirt road. And at what point are your rights any greater than my rights? There might be some that choose that they don't want it changed, and they bought it with that in mind. So I think there needs to be something that we can conform to, and it has to conform to that before it has to be a judgment call for us based on, opinion that day. So, is that something we could accommodate?
So if I'm understanding correctly, just from what I'm hearing, maybe it would be better before I ever bring anything to the board that it is 100% of the parcels on the road before I ever have a conversation with anybody about accepting right-of-way deeds.
Well, we're still very dangerous there because
I'm with you
the
there,
citizens are
but
not
Yeah,
having
but I'm saying
expectation
there's
when we accept the
certain
property.
criteria. That wouldn't be the only requirement, but there needs to be other requirements. I don't want to see, one guy might own a singular property 1.5 miles down a road and deeds the entire right-of-way to us. No, we don't have the resources to do that on every opportunity. So there has to be certain criteria that we could craft so that it is feasible to do it without engaging all 363 miles of dirt road in Putnam County, because we can't do that.
Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'm going to be the first guy in line. I think this is a bad can of worms to open. I've got a nice, big, long, private road driveway that probably meets county standard, and I would love you guys to come maintain it for me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I think this does open up a can of worms, and for the time being, I would recommend we leave Class 3 roads alone. I think we're making great strides in our Dirt to Pave program. I can see us developing a plan over time to improve Class 2 roads to a great extent. And, once we make big inroads in that world, maybe we look, a little deeper. But I think until that time comes, I think we should leave it well enough alone.
Understood.
Thank you for your comments. I'm glad that you mentioned Barton Estate Circle, because I can tell you if this goes forward, Ed Killable will be, he'll probably come before the meeting ends and say he wants his road done as well.
He's going to leave the Kiwanis lunch table, I guarantee
Right, I
it.
guarantee you. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So talking about steps to go forward, and from what I'm hearing from my colleagues on the board, maybe these roads need to be brought up to standard. All the things need to be done before you come before us with that in mind. That's how I would feel. In the sake of time, I'll tell you my first episode with this was on Boots Road, north of Grandin. Everybody was for it. We all met at the last lady's house. We had cookies, we had pie, we had coffee, we had punch. And one guy who started the conversation says, "You mean I can't ride my four-wheeler on a county-maintained road?" No. If you do this today, you can't. And they started ripping them up. And the people that really needed the road done were in tears in the back of the road. So this is a slippery slope. It's a dangerous slope. And truly, we have plenty of dirt roads to take care of. Unless there's a mechanism for them to bring that up to speed before they come here, I don't think I'm interested in hearing it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Palacio, you're recognized.
I agree with my colleagues. I see here that we have 4 people that have not signed or on this piece of property. I think we should establish a pretty strict criteria of what it meets, so it's real cut and dry as to what will and won't fly. Although, consider this, my 1, 3, 2, and 4 colleagues, there's areas in this county, and you can probably tell us where they are, that our motor grader driver might have to run 30 minutes to get to a road that's a quarter mile long or less just to grade it. Those are the type, in my opinion, you need to eliminate to bring in a more concise circle of grading roads that makes him more efficient, gets around more often than having to send him on to Timbuktu to go grade a road that, a quarter mile or less long. So that, I think there's some you got to have some give and take in the whole deal, in my opinion. But I do think we should establish a set of rules that 100% right-of-way, and whatever else that you seem that you think we need to do that. That way we got a cut and dry process to show the people, and they know what they gotta do to possibly get in that line.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so there's a couple things that you just mentioned. I try to do that in my district if it's a class 1 or class 2 road. Whenever we're looking at moving roads from dirt to pave, that's one of the things that I consider very high as to, does it make sense to go ahead and pave these 2 roads, and now all of a sudden the grader doesn't have to go down there and just grade a quarter of a mile of road if we can pave it, and then it's off the list, and now the grader doesn't have to go to that area at all. And I think that's, as you're looking at your dirt to pave every year, that's one of the things that each commissioner should be and hopefully is looking at. So, but this is a bigger issue, because when you say 100% right of way, that's different than you want to take class 3 roads and turn them in now a class 1 or 2. That's 2 different conversations. Just because you own 100% of the road, it's still a class 3 road. But then what happens when you own 100% of the road is the citizens have an expectation of the county completely owns the road. So to me, they are related, but at the same time, we have a mechanism of how we take in these right-of-ways, but we have to decide as a board, we're not taking in class 3 roads, or if we are, you can't randomly select it because the guy sits next to you at your social club. That's not how it works. And I'm not saying that's what happened here. I have no idea how we got to this point. But my point is simple, is we have to be equitable and fair to everybody, and how do you pick and choose? And so we have not had a discussion at this board regarding taking class 3 roads. That's what Mr. Grimes was just alluding to and saying, hey, if you do this, it's millions and millions of dollars. And so what's in front of us today is simply taking a right-of-way. And this came before us because a commissioner spoke to a citizen and they want to give up their right-of-way. Okay. All right, Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I want it to be equitable. I want there to be a firm process set in place. These are the requirements, but with that, there has to be some give and take. If that's the expectation set, or that's what's set as the standard, and the constituent and those residents of that road achieve that, then they are going to have the expectation that they are going to get approved. So we have to be very critical, not critical, strategic, whatever word you choose to use, but it has to be worthwhile to make that investment in the road and assume that liability of that road. So I just want to caution us when we do move forward with this process, which I think we need to do, that we think long and hard about how we structure it before our hand is forced, and we have to accept it if they conform. So we cover every detail.
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes, please. First I got Mr. Grimes.
Yep, because we spoke about 100% ownership and how do we determine, right? And then who gets to weigh in on the fact of who gets theirs and who doesn't?
Yep.
Because I think the very familiar thing, and I'm going to use Mr. Newbold's example. He owns 100% of Forest Grove Road or whatever travels down to his office. He owns 100% of it. It's at county standard. Who determines whether we accept that road or not? And got back to a point that was made from the dais earlier. We're going to pick and choose, and that is not fair across any board. And then all of a sudden these people do go out there because there's a lot of class 3 roadways, 365 miles of them. How do we determine? And that's going to be I don't know that there is a determining factor. When the person bought that piece of property, they bought it on a private road, and that should be the expectation. If you wanted to live on a county class 1 paved roadway, maybe you should have potentially bought on a county class 1 paved roadway. And then for the back side of this, for the county to have to step up with taxpayer dollars and pay to fix somebody's private roadway that they're just tired of maintaining, I don't know how we come up with that process. And it's going to take somebody a lot smarter than me, because at some level, we're going to pick and choose, and that's not fair.
All right, we have in front of us an item to accept a right-of-way. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd move that we do not accept the portion of Ivy Road.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, is there any further comments? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. All right, thank you. sounds like we have a lot more discussion on this subject matter.
Absolutely.
Moving forward to Public Works acceptance of right-of-way, guardrail.
This is for the section of guardrail at the intersection of Moody and Silver Lake Drive that was removed during our guardrail project to replace what was removed. Part of that fell across Mr. Bernie's property, and so we had to get that piece to reinstall on private property. Everything's been signed, sealed, and delivered as far as that's concerned, and we have the change order to the company pending approval from today.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Stout? All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move approval of resolution 2020-004.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, moving into item D. This one is to vacate the county-owned portion of Floridian Club Road. Mr. Stout?
We've been working with them to get this road vacated. The company has bought every parcel except for one on Floridian Club Road, and has worked with that landowner to create them a separate and a new driveway to get onto their property. And that person does not have a problem with the vacate, and we are more than willing to work with the applicant on getting everything done.
As long as we don't, a month from now, we're not getting somebody coming up here saying that they've been locked out of their road.
No.
Today is just for you guys to approve
To approve to go to
approve to go to your
advertise.
public hearing.
All right?
Yeah.
So today we're approving to
Just to
request to advertise. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move approval to the next board meeting that we have for a public hearing
Request to advertise in a second.
at 9 o'clock. I'm sorry.
Is there any questions or comments? Are we clear on, are we good on your end, Mr. Grimes? We're good? We're good, thank you, thank you. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. All right, public comment time. This is public comment on miscellaneous items. The portion of the agenda is designed, actually, before we start this, let's take a quick recess. right, we will reconvene the meeting. I'm going to do a point of privilege real quick before we go into public comment. I see Supervisor of Elections, Mr. Overturf is here. If you can come to the podium real quick and state your reason for being here. It'll just be a few minutes. Oh, sorry. I guess that wasn't very friendly. I'm sorry. You know, I get focused on business.
You get me in
Take your
trouble with the public.
It's okay, go ahead.
Real quick, she and I had a discussion a few days ago, and she said you all were getting ready today to do your committee assignments. And I said, well, you know, we're in election year, so there's another assignment that we need as far as going forward for the August and November elections, and that's the members of the canvassing board. State statute says that the chief judge of our circuit will appoint a county judge and an alternate, so that will be up to the judge. You all have the opportunity to appoint a member of your board. The statute says it should be the chairman, unless the chairman, of course, is not able to do that, you know, whether it's re-election or involvement in a campaign of somebody's. And then we'll also need an alternate also. So Chairman Wilkinson had done this before, and County Administrator Suggs was the alternate last time, and I think we had a great time together. Last year, or a year and a half ago now, was the busy time because it was 3 major elections, whereas this coming year will be just the primary in August and the November general election. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I don't think the administrator had a great time. That's not what I heard, but.
He was fine. He was fine.
He told me he did.
Oh, did he?
All right,
Okay, well,
so
fine.
We have public waiting, so thank you for bringing this up. You're right, I will not be able to be on the canvassing board since I do have an office to
You wanna
fulfill
make
this
a
year,
decision now?
hopefully. And so we will do that. We will have this discussion. I just wanted you to come forward because I didn't want to hold you up. We will have this discussion when we talk about our committee assignments in a little bit, but I did want you to come forward, so we weren't holding you up.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, are there any questions for Supervisor of Elections before we let him leave? Okay, thank you. All right, back into public comment. This portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. It is not reasonable to expect that the board will engage in debate or deliberation about matters on which the board has received no prior information as part of the agenda. Please limit your time to 3 minutes. Public comment cards are conveniently placed in the meeting room entrance and should be submitted prior to the meeting to the deputy clerk who sits to the right of the podium. So we do have multiple cards on the same subject matter today, and so I would ask that the board members do not debate until after everyone has given their presentation so that it is fair. Victor Castrillo had to leave, and I have passed out his letter to you. It's dated January 5th. It looks like this. All members of this board have received a copy, and it will be entered in as correspondence into the minutes, and we've all read it. So, or can take a few minutes to read it, but I'm not going to read that into the record because we have it physically, and it will go into the record. All right, moving on. Ms. Myers, Linda Myers, you're recognized. Hey, Linda.
Hello. Well, I have to say, if you give me a minute of privilege, how much fun has this been for me? I have been out of office 20 years this year, out of county commission. I know Earl Ballinger, oh, he's gone. He said, no, it can't be that long. And since then, multiple boards have come and gone. And sitting here today, it's exciting to hear everything that's happening. So I know you have to be just ecstatic about being part of it. And as to the Veritas Steel, how proud were we all when we saw it on the news, for God's sakes. So how exciting. Just a personal privilege. And also, I heard my neighbor, Commissioner Alexander, make a comment about you should write the recipes down because the second time may not be so good. So he comes to dinner every once in a while. I'm not so sure he wasn't talking about our house. Except I know he loves my husband's cooking. Well, is it still morning?
No.
Oh, good afternoon, to Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Clerk of Courts, Matt Reynolds, admin, and the team that's here from Putnam County staff. As you know, my husband and I, Vernon, prior mayor of Palatka, have been active as with what I'm going to call Friends of the Ocklawaha. Officially, I am a member of the Great Florida Riverway Trust, whose mission is to support the natural flow of the Ocklawaha. I think last April, we had an opinion piece, Vernon and I, in the Palatka Daily News. And at that point, our call to action then was, and is now, was for our community to tackle this difficult issue with honest dialogue. There is much information, as you know, on the internet and also word of mouth, which lacks a basis in reality. We all need to work together to have clear and accurate information to dispel any and all rumors, and you all know they're flying everywhere. I specifically has been asked on a number of times, having been a prior commissioner, people think that I know everything you all know, and that 20 years, lots has changed. So one of the ones I've been asked specifically was, are there ethical questions involved with county commissioners voting on the Rodman issue when they are affiliated with organizations dedicated to preserving the Rodman Dam? I've indicated, in my opinion, a sitting commissioner would more than likely have asked their attorney or someone of official profession on the issue of, is there a conflict of interest or not? And I noticed we had 2 conflict of interest discussions today. So I'm sure that each of us knows to look for professional advice on that. I did ask Commissioner Harvey if he would mind touching on this subject because he was brought up specifically. Either, I don't know if you do back and forth, but when you have your opportunity for comments at the end of the meeting, that would be appreciated. I know you no longer serve as a director. However, I believe you're still listed on the SunBiz as a couple of different opportunities with that specific organization. As well, I've been asked about proclamations and resolutions that are passed by the board involving policy or statement of public policy or public statement for Putnam County on behalf of your citizens. And I've been asked, does that have to be on the agenda? And I quite honestly said, in my 8 years, we never had that question asked. It was never an issue. However, I know that perhaps the board attorney, Mr. Commando, could respond during his comments, is that a requirement? And perhaps it's not. But the information out there is that it is, and so if we can get that rumor settled one way or the other, that would be helpful to make sure we get accurate information. Oh, one more thing real quick, and I think I have something to pass out, and that was that Chip Leibel, Vernon Myers, and I had the opportunity to speak with most of you last year on these issues about the Ocklawaha. And Mr. Harvey, Commissioner Harvey, we haven't had that chance yet. We look forward to it. I know we had some calendar issues. But the new bill is there. And I have just a quick run through. I'm going to leave to pass out to you on the different points of the new bill. It is significantly different from last year because it took into account things that Commissioner Pelletier, Commissioner Wilkinson, Commissioner Alexander, Commissioner Newbold all added to those conversations. So I invite you to please review this, and of course the whole bill. You guys know what the numbers are, 891 and 1066. And I thank you for the opportunity, and one of us will call you in the next couple of weeks to just get a feel for how do you feel about the new bill? Does it need some tweaking? And with that, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And again, great job. Great job. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Sharon Chadwick. Please state your name and address for the record.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It's a new year. Karen Chadwick, 179 West Strickland Road, Interlochen. So I'm just going to read my comments so I don't read them quickly so I don't forget anything. I have my captain's license and I run a charter service called North Star Charters. I would like to invite all of you to come out to Kenwood and see the potential of the area and bring your family and friends. Here's a map I'll leave with her. Excuse me, of the area showing the historical significances, and my card is included. If you want to go out, I'll be happy to take you, just make a day. A lot of people are going out there now. So lots of people are fishing now, and many long lens photographers are going out, plus kayakers and of course the fishing guides. Marion and Catfish spring boils are visible, and we can get to both during the drawdown. During the UF economic study, the Greenway manager gave the researchers the visitor counts, which show increasing visitation during the drawdowns, and that keeps going up, which you can see if you go out there. I live right by Kenwood, like 5 minutes from there, so I've been watching it since 1990. There's a YouTube video of Donnie Adams, which some of you, I think, know, describing Marion Blue Springs back before when the dam was in place. And he talks about all the manatees that came out there, all the fish that would circle in the pool in Blue Springs. That's pretty much right across from the Kenwood ramp. So that video, I can send that to you, or you can look it up, Karen Chadwick YouTube. I have like 14 interviews with people that knew, either lost property to the barge canal project or knew the area before the dam came in. As far as water supply, I'd like to mention the 2005 St. Johns River Water Management District 136-page report, Ocklawaha River Allocation Study, that found more water to be available from the river system under the Restoration Management Plan than would be available if the reservoir was retained, and would be much more expensive to transport and clean than other sources. Right now, so the evaporation is where a lot of the water is lost. Right now, you can see the vast muck, because it's a drawdown, buildup in the Kenwood area caused by the dam. I can't imagine sticking a pipe in there and sucking up that muck to use for drinking water. A lot of herbicides are used on the reservoir. A free-flowing river would not require such extensive herbicide use. As a matter of fact, the drawdowns are implemented to lessen muck buildup and manage aquatic vegetation without using chemicals. Also, FWC studies show much more fish diversity downstream of the dam. If you go to the Fishing Rodman Dam Facebook page, you can see the fish stacked up against the dam on GoPro underwater photos. Pages 151 and 152 of the current Marjorie Harris Carr management plan describes the approved restoration plan and states, if funds are made available and permits are issued, is the intent of the FDEP to undertake the restoration. Page 152 describes the 11 steps for restoration. I support this state plan. It's been the plan for a long time, decades, and the current bills for restoration that have been filed during the current legislative session. While I'm a local, I recognize Marjorie Harris Carr Greenway is a state park, and all Florida Greenway residents should have a say. And I would like to note that the Safe Rodman president for this last 10 years has had a Gilchrist County address, further illustrating my point that all Florida residents should have a voice in this issue. I'm running out of breath. Right now, cypress seedlings are sprouting up. I have seen them from Eureka to the drawdown shoreline of Deep Creek, which is a historic Bartram site, number 31 on the Putnam Bartram Trail site, website. Every drawdown they come up, and when the water comes back up, they all drown. I urge you to support the current bills and restoration to enhance the health of the system, the historic significance, and economic advantages. Also, the lock has been closed all year to boat traffic, and I really don't think that's done much economic damage. And I have pictures of Marion Blue Springs from before the dam. This was a painting that a local did of what it used to look like. Now you can see the boils of Catfish and Blue Springs, but they never have a chance to clear out all the way. Here's Catfish Spring. This is one picture I took of Blue Springs a couple of years ago during the drawdown, where you could actually see the bottom. And this is a 1997 Greenway plan.
Ms. Chadwick, I need you to wrap up.
Okay, for the plans already exist for increased recreational activities in the area. Okay, thanks. I'll leave these maps over here.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Steve Miller.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name's Steve Miller, and yes, I do live in Gilchrist County. I resided in Putnam County for several years. Family still owns some property here, and there's high potential that I'll be back here. Again, I am speaking on behalf of Save Rodman and the interests of not only Putnam County, but the rest of the state. There are a lot of things that are involved about this, and the politicization is challenging. One of the things that is bothersome is, again, this is all sponsored by out-of-county politicians. It's obvious that they have to go that route because local politicians know the value of Rodman and what it can do and what it does for Putnam County. All you got to do is look at the lakes of West Putnam County and you understand the value of having water in the aquifer. Having water that sustains superficial aquifers, sustains the Floridan aquifer is important. All the projections of benefits seem to be, and it's nice that Ms. Myers brought up exaggerations of realities. There's a lot of ambiguous language. I hear a lot of could, should, may. I don't hear any definitive words that define how the St. Johns River is going to benefit from the removal of Rodman. It works as a filter, as you're all aware. I brought, the same commission last year, a lot of facts. Here's some of the stuff that you hear all the time. The hazard rating of the dam, it's a high hazard. There are over 17,000 high hazard dams across the United States. Has nothing to do with structural integrity, but the first thing the opponents did was ran out and threw the fear factor. Oh, the dam's gonna fail, everybody's gonna die. That's not the case. The dam is in good structural condition. The cost to the taxpayers of the state of Florida, you're looking probably minimum $370 million and potentially double that, depending on what they get into when you start dealing with the residual, the muck deposits that have accumulated there are from upstream. So are we better off intercepting it or letting it go into the St. Johns River? It's pretty obvious to me what would be the better of the two options. The manatees regularly use Rodman. The vegetation is not suffering the way it is in the St. Johns River. In fact, this year we pretty much had an eelgrass growth that was beyond anything we'd seen in the past. I know I'm running low on time, so there's a couple other things that I need to get in. Riverkeeper in December wrote a letter concerning the failed basin management action plan for the St. Johns River, and particularly highlighted the area between Georgetown and Palatka as being pea green soup. That's exactly where these new nutrient loads are going to go, right into the St. Johns River. Are we really looking to further deteriorate? Every time I've asked, what's the plan for mitigation? They say, it's manageable. Well, what's the management plan? Because you've already got a compromised river, and this is the Riverkeeper's own words, that the BMAP has failed. So unless there's something that's going to happen to bring up the water quality before you start dumping these increased nutrient loads, the increased turbidity, and everything that goes with it, you should have a plan in place that should be commutable to everybody. And I don't hear one. I hear we're going to tear it out. We're going to maybe have this ecotourism. We're going to maybe have better water quality. We're going to maybe have better flow. The studies don't meet out that you're going to get any new flow to the St. Johns River. So in all, I wish you guys would do the same thing that you did last year and reach out to the state and say, we're not willing to compromise the water we know for speculation on what potentially could come down the road. Not without definitive proof ahead of time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, before we move on, is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak? Thank you. Mr. Dallas, please come forward. Yo, I know it's cold outside, but it's got to be so cold in here. My goodness. By the time we get on it, the meeting will be over. Mr. Dallas, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
Good. Go ahead.
My name is Antoine Dallas, and I'm gonna try to make this as quick as
Sure.
possible. The last time I came before you guys, it was to, pay a debt that I had to pay because I was in the wrong. But it was February the 2nd. Rebuild Florida came out to, start demolition in my house, to
Okay.
rebuild my house. And everything had to be caught up, electric, water, everything. And, I found out that I had to pay, $3,000, to Public Works because I thought I was a plumber, but I'm not. And, I tied in and got fined. I went and paid it. As soon as I finished paying it, I came to you guys and I paid what I owed here also. But I told the young lady at the time that I was gonna need a suspension on it because my house was about to be demolished and rebuilt. And she said, okay. And yesterday I got a text message from the head contractor of Rebuild Florida, Mason. He said he was trying to get the final inspection done yesterday with the plumbing. He said, but it got a lock on it. I said, well, it's supposed to have a lock on it. I said, I got to make a phone call so they could unlock it and you can get the inspection done. And I went out and the young lady told me that I owe $1,700 for sewage.
Now, is this the young lady at Public Works you were
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
to? Okay,
But it's not the same young lady that I dealt with
okay,
before.
okay.
The young lady I dealt with before, she had been there a long time, and I knew her. But I said, how could I owe $1,700 and the water and sewage hadn't been on, and a new house is being built, hadn't been occupied or anything. And she said, well, you're gonna have to talk to my boss tomorrow. And I went in this morning and he wasn't here, he wasn't there, Mr. Stout. And so I decided to come here and speak to someone about it, because I don't think that's fair that I should have to pay $1,700 and I wasn't even there and no water or sewage was being used. I haven't even,
How long has it been shut? It's been shut off, is what you're saying?
yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many months it's been shut off? A year, 2 years, 6 months?
No, ma'am. Since the date I came in and paid you guys, I think,
Like, you said that was February of last year?
February the 2nd, because they started the demolition after I paid everything up. Once I got everything paid up, that's when they were able to start the demolition process.
Sounds like there's some details that need to be worked out. If you could get, Mr. Suggs, did you want to handle this, or have him work with Mr. Stout first, or how do you want to handle it?
That's fine, Madam Chair. I'll take a look into it because this is the first that I've heard about it, was right here this morning. So I'll get with Mr. Grimes and Mr. Stout, and we'll see where we're at, and we'll reach out and have a conversation with the citizen.
If one of y'all will give him one of your business cards so he can get back with you. I don't know if Mr. Stout, do you have your business card with you? All right,
We got one right here, Madam Chair.
we'll give you your business card and then go from there. Somebody from the county will get in contact with you, and if there's, I don't know, I can't make any promises, but I think they'll look into it and see what happened.
All right.
And
Well,
then see
the
what-
young lady said it was a piece of paper that I needed to sign that wasn't given to me to sign.
I understand. Sometimes things happen, so if there's a resolution to it, I can assure you our team will do their best to try to make it. But
Okay, do you know how long it'll be?
no,
Because
sir, you're gonna have to work with them directly, and then we'll see. And then if you don't have a resolution by the next board meeting, then come back. But I think that you probably will get your questions answered from them.
Okay, because the head contractor of Rebuild Florida, they're done with the house and they just
Yes, sir.
waiting on the
I understand
inspection.
your issue. Yes, sir. It's just not something that we as a board, because we don't have the paperwork, we don't have the details, but staff will if you'll get with them, they'll get with you and y'all work it out. Thank you for coming forward, Mr. Dallas. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment section and come back to the board. So a couple questions, since they've been asked. I think that, Mr. Commander, if you want to weigh in, I know that or Mr. Commissioner Harvey, either one, regarding the proposed discussion about conflict with, say, Rodman and Commissioner Harvey.
Well, normally we don't have conflict discussions on the record, but to simplify it, just because you support a position doesn't create a conflict. So the legal definition of conflict is if it would inure to your financial or pecuniary gain, which from my many conversations with Commissioner Harvey, I'm not aware that that's the case.
Okay, all right, that was fair, but I know
If I may
earlier.
clarify?
Yes, please.
Back when I first got appointed, I took over from Chip Lible of Save Rodman. So Chip was the big proponent. He asked me to take that over since I was a proponent of Save Rodman. I did that. There was an ethics complaint filed, I think, from someone in this audience to the ethics board. The ethics board came back with a ruling, I think it was back in 2015, that said I could not be an officer and a commissioner. I couldn't be an officer of Save Rodman and a commissioner. I am not an officer of Save Rodman. I am the executive director, non-voting member of that. I'm not even, so I don't have a vote, and I cleared that with the Ethics Commission, and they blessed that. And unless somebody wants to file another Ethics Commission thing, knock yourself out. But I find it kind of funny today that we're not talking about the health of the river. We're talking about Larry Harvey's position as Save Rodman. And believe me, when it comes to 21 billion gallons of fresh water 19 feet above sea level, when it comes to fresh water in West Putnam, where wells don't go dry, this commissioner is all for that. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And then, again, I guess another question that was raised today was during our last year's cycle, and I believe we did take an action item. It was brought up in the public, and we had advertised we were having a public meeting. We didn't know that subject matter was going to come up. It did, and then we took a position on it. Do you have anything to add to that regarding our, does it have to be on the agenda item as for us to take an action, I guess was what the question is.
So generally, yes, something has to be on an agenda to take an official action, but that was taking a position. I mean, it wasn't something that you were deciding on behalf of the county. It was taking an advocacy position, just like in the same way y'all will travel to Tallahassee and you will talk to legislators, and when you talk to legislators about things that you think, because your constituents elected you to decide what's best for the county, there are things that are gonna most likely come up in those conversations that are not ones that you discussed here or voted on. So it's akin to that type of advocacy.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized for comments.
So with that being said, Rich, if we as a commission chose to take a position, we don't have to bring it on put it on the agenda at all, and if we wanted to make that position known and pin an identical letter of support this year, we can do that.
I mean, anytime you do take a vote on something, you should have it on an agenda.
Okay.
But when you take advocacy positions, especially ones that are long-standing positions of this board, I don't think the public's unaware of kind of what their feelings are.
Okay.
That you don't want the public to first not have the opportunity to come and be heard, and two, you don't want the public to ever believe or think that you may be making a decision that they didn't know about. And I didn't interpret that situation to be the case.
Very good advice. Thank you. That's why we love you. Thanks. Keep us out of trouble.
All right. Are there any other comments? All right. We will go into appointments. Are there any appointments?
I have none, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Newbold.
I have none.
Commissioner Alexander. Commissioner Pelletier.
On the Better Place Plan Oversight Committee, Timothy Williams wishes to be reappointed.
Okay.
I'd like that.
Okay.
And I'm gonna work on a fishing fund, cause I just found out something I didn't know about that.
Okay.
And I'm very much looking for a library board member, so if we have anybody in District 5 that would like to serve, give me a call.
Okay. All right, and I have no appointments. I would ask that you let me, and I think I've mentioned this before at the dais, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee that I chair, that has to be the right fit. There's some specific things that have to be met for that person. And so I just ask that you'll let me work on filling that position. I know it has been open for a while, but we have had a quorum. We've had no issues with that board. But once I find the right fit for that board that meets the criteria as outlined in the affordable housing, then I will bring a person forward. So with that, we'll go to comments. Clerk of Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Good afternoon. Just two quick items. Teen court training kicked off last night. We have another training Thursday night, so we are getting ramped up for the kickoff of that later this year, getting all of the kids ready for that. The other thing is the construction that we've got going on in our customer service building. Some delays in regards to the call it the furniture, it's really the cubicle, it's the office equipment, as well as some final touches from the contractor. So we're looking at probably March for that, but all else has gone well. It's going to look really good when we're done. So very, very proud of it and very happy with staff, especially Julie, for helping us out with that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Moving on to County Attorney, I did ask Mr. Commando to just sort of give us some things, if there's something he thinks we need to be paying attention to, some bills in Tallahassee. Of course, we all are watching the proposed tax discussions regarding homesteaded property, but you know, if you just want to touch on a couple things, I would appreciate it.
Yes, Madam Chair. So thank you for the opportunity to kind of bring some legislation as we're speaking, legislative session kicked off. There was the joint session at 11 o'clock today. As of right now, we're tracking, and thank you to Mr. Sullivan, he also is tracking some legislation as part of his position. There are approximately 61 Senate bills and 72 House bills. So as we go through those one by one, I'm just kidding. The biggest one is really the property tax issue. So, and I'll tell you, don't spend time writing this down. I will give you my notes later on if you want them. There's House Bill 205, House Bills 201, 203, 207, 209, 211, 213, and Senate Bill 270 that look at everything from reducing the homestead exemption for people over 65 to eliminating non-school property tax for homestead individuals, the valuation of homestead property, property insurance relief, as well as limitations on property assessments. So those things I am confident are going to receive a good amount of debate through the legislative session over the next 60 days. Another thing you may want to pay attention to is House Bill 149. Currently, there's not a Senate companion, but this is the second time that we're seeing the issue of maximum millage rates being addressed by the legislature, which obviously will affect local government's home rule authority. Next on my list is House Bill 27 is term limits for the board members of county commissioners and district school boards. This is a joint resolution bill by Representative Holcomb. I think for some of the bigger counties, I understand why they have more people that are interested in serving in elected office, but that may be something you want to talk to your legislators about. Next on my list is actually one we've talked about today. So last week, what was filed was Senate Bill 1066 and House Bill 981. That is one you probably do want to write down. That is the one that deals with Rodman Dam. So it is a different kind of phased requirement. Looks at DED providing a plan to provide partial and then ultimately full restoration. Even though Senator Berger's the one that introduced that bill, the House Bill 981, and the companion is by Representative Wyman Duggan. So being that he is a local representative from Jacksonville, you may want to actually try to schedule a meeting, speak with him. Next would be House Bill 97 as well as Senate Bill 324 on transportation concurrency. They talk about level of service. Again, this is another aspect that has the risk of eroding home rule. Next is House Bill 103 and Senate Bill 650, which addresses the ability of local governments to impose local business taxes. That's by Representative Botana out of Southwest Florida. There's also another bill that's similar by Senator Trudeau from Senate Bill 122 that also addresses local business taxes. One of the bigger things by Representative McFarland that's being filed is in House Bill 145 and the companion to Senate Bill 1366 is lawsuits against government. So we've known that we're protected by sovereign immunity, but we also have what is called the tort bill cap. So anytime that a local government municipality gets sued, it's capped. It has been at about $200,000. So they're looking at increasing the cap to that to $600,000, really just based on inflation, which will affect the number of lawsuits that come to us because it's a greater amount of money, and therefore there's greater recoveries. The thing that is the most concerning about the way I read this bill being structured right now is that it also would allow governments to settle above the cap without having to submit a claims bill. In my opinion, if you have the ability to settle above the cap, you might as well not have a cap. That exposes us to significant liability in what our insurance would have to cover, as well as how we would have to defend cases. Next up is Senate Bill 208 and House Bill 399, which deals with streamlining of land use and development regulations. It focuses on removing categories and essentially would want to have land use regulations that are uniform throughout the state. Again, not all of the 67 counties are identical. I would view that as an encroachment on home rule authority. There are similar bills by Representative Abbott in House Bill 217 and 218 dealing with land use regulations. The big one that I think you may want to talk about or talk when you're over in Tallahassee, is Senate Bill 250 with the companion bill, House Bill 723, which is called Rural Communities. So this is one of the priorities of Senate President Albritton. It has been introduced by Senator Simon as well, and it's co-sponsored by Senator Bradley. And it strengthens support for rural communities, but just like we looked at the bills that stopped us from updating our comp plan, I would say just be cautious to watch what any of those amendments look like going forward. Probably the greatest erosion of home rule authority is coming in at House Bill 299 and Senate Bill 354, which you'll hear called, it's done by Representative Mello, about blue ribbon projects. So if there is a project that has 10,000 contiguous acres, which does sound like a lot of property, essentially they get to bypass the land use and zoning regulation from any county. Now, although not many counties around are going to have one individual landowner, I could foresee a future where you're going to see a lot of smaller local groups kind of co-op and group together so that they don't have to actually come through our land use process, and then some of the things that will pop up all over the county will be out of our control.
And just real quick, on that bill, even if some of that property was wetlands, there's not an exception.
That's included as part of the 10,000.
Yeah, so if you had, for example, I don't know, 7,000 or 8,000 acres of wetlands, and then you just had a couple thousand of usable acres.
You could bypass any local
the entire,
consideration.
yeah, okay. Thank you.
Next up is Senate Bill 332 and House Bill 655, introduced by Senator Bradley, that would allow government entities, including us, to meet privately to discuss certain property rights claims similar to our executive sessions or shade meetings. Another one coming up that's kind of tantamount to what we talked about earlier today was Senate Bill 454 and House Bill 6007. This talks about tourist development tax, so some of the discussions that we had last year are back up. There's a couple that don't have House companions dealing with tourist development tax. I'll address in a second. Senate Bill 552 with House Bill 1277 and 1275 are prohibitions introduced by Senators Bernard and Yarborough on prohibiting ad valorem taxes on tangible personal property. I don't know what the financial impact is for us, but I imagine that will have some significant loss to us. Senator Harrell introduced Senate Bill 576 with House Bill Companion 1085 on local government's use of requirements to maintain cybersecurity. Even though on its face I think that's probably a good plan, there will be costs that come along with that protection type program. Senate Bill 588 and House Bill 105 from Senator McLean deals with local government enforcement actions, which would prohibit us from enforcing something that's deemed arbitrary or unreasonable by the court, any enforcement action essentially that would pertain to our code enforcement process. Senator McLean also introduced through Senate Bill 686 and House Bill 689 the Agricultural Enclaves Bill, which would authorize undeveloped farmland to apply and automatically receive an agricultural enclave certification under specific conditions that would streamline and really eliminate our local government review for permitting and development.
Wow.
Next would be House Bills 101 and House Bills 1329, which have the companions of Senate Bills 1134 and 1566, which would prohibit local governments from engaging in funding anything DEI. I don't think we have that problem, but just to know that that's out there. There's a House Bill 1125, which talks about requiring a public referendum for local governments to increase salaries for the governing body. So anytime, no matter what happens with cost of living increases, anytime a local government would want to increase their salaries, that would have to be put on the ballot. House Bill 1143 and Senate Bill 948 also deals with land development regulations, which would seek to streamline local government land development regulations to allow smaller residential lots and expedited approval process. As I mentioned before, there are the two other bills by Senator Smith that don't have House companions, but right now it's Senate Bill 456 and 458 that deal with tourist development tax. So even though it doesn't have the House bill companions, you may want to take a look at those because sometimes they do get strike-all amendments that get folded into other legislation that does tend to be moving. Fortunately, one of the House resolutions on the property taxes has been removed. I do have this as a total list. If you have questions, I am happy to help you track down kind of what the current status of the bill is. If you have any questions, I'm here to provide those as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I would just remind staff and commissioners and people in the public that you can track bills. There's a way to go in, and there's a bill tracking mechanism on both the House side and the Senate side. So you put your pull up the bill that you want to track, put your information in, and then every time it's referred to a committee or there's another stop in the process, it will let you know. You'll get an email. They still have that?
They do, and if you have any hesitation or how to use that, I am happy to help you. I can email.
And you're going to get a copy of your notes on these as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Rich.
So, are there any questions? I know, and this is the time right now, everything's really fluid up in Tallahassee, and generally speaking, 150, probably 150, 200 bills get approved a year, but that's probably the average.
It's roughly 10% and generally around 3,000 bills
so
get filed.
300. So it's still very fluid, a lot of things going on, but again, some of those bills would have significant impact to us. There was a bill last year that said, and I'm paraphrasing terribly, something about that we couldn't make our land development codes tighter for our
Right, there's a glitch bill to deal with that this year.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
But honestly, the glitch bill seems worse to me. So, and the reason I say that is because right now it currently sunsets in October 1st of 2027. But the problem with the glitch bill is the glitch bill then narrows the counties that would be affected. Right now, the entire state, all 67 counties are affected. But when it narrows it down, even though that would seem to be a good thing, we're still in the group, so it doesn't really matter for us.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any questions? All right. I appreciate you doing that very much, sir.
My pleasure.
And then we're going to go do you have any other updates you want to give us? All right. Thank you for doing that. I know that's a lot and we're late in the day, but we got to know what we're dealing with. County Administrator, if you'll flip-flop and since we just had the discussion on the legislation and talk about the tax exemption legislation first and then the committee assignment second?
Yes, ma'am. I was going to ask if you'd like to do that based on what Mr. Commander just gave us. So, this was a requested addition to the agenda by our chair. So there's some information that's been passed out. It's at the dais. Ms. Young has put some information together. So we'll let Ms. Young give us some updates as far as concerns with budget and moving forward, and if there's any questions from the commission.
Yeah, so thank you for doing that Ms. Young. So you have two handouts. One of them is from the Florida Association of Counties Legislative Tracker. That's public record. And then you have the budget breakdown that will be entered into public record. Thank you, Ms. Young.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to start with what is the FAC Legislation Tracker Revenue Impact Analysis, which is those sheets that look like the columns, the long columns, if you will, for just a second. So before session began, we were aware of potentially 8 different initiatives that could impact our ability to generate revenue, either in a value restriction and or a taxing restriction. So really the important part for me as we go into session, as Rich just mentioned, we started session today, and before session even started, what we saw was the one that is titled HJR 209 was already amended. And so instead of a $100,000 adjustment, it made a $200,000 per parcel adjustment, which obviously makes a material impact on the amount of revenue loss we would see. You can add an additional $4+ million to our revenue losses if that goes through. So as we all know about the way session moves, it's very volatile in what we are going to see come out of these. So these are initial projections. They are by no means going to be ending math, but you can tell that any one of these, or what we believe is probably more accurate, some combination of these, is going to have a very material impact on what we see in dollars coming into the county. There is no conversation at this by legislators or the bills as to how funding is going to be made whole. I believe the best information I have is the intent this year is to determine how we're going to cut, and then in future years we'll determine how we're going to make that pot whole again. That is very scary for me in my role, because without having a plan in place as to how we're going to pay the bills, essentially, then we don't know what we're going to have to essentially do without when we come down to discretionary budgets. I will take specific questions on these revenue projections, but I think the important thing to remember is these are projections, and any tweak to any one of these bills is going to have a material impact on what we see on what happens when we come in.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Suggs.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Again, just want to say this is very much a great idea to go ahead and put this on the agenda today as we're going through the iterations or multiple iterations of what it may look like coming out of session. Again, Ms. Young is absolutely correct, and I applaud her for the research that's been done today. But we don't know where we're headed with this yet.
Right.
You know, so as your county administrator, what I would say is we all need to be mindful of that. And as we move forward, as we start creating and crafting our budgets moving forward, we really need to be careful with what we don't, the unknowns. And so I think having this conversation today is very appropriate for moving forward, because we'll be creating budgets here very, very shortly. And so we need to be paying close attention to what comes out of the of session in Tallahassee this year.
Thank you. I know that we also had reached out to Mr. Davis, and we appreciate his input. Basically, he said that, preliminary review of the proposals that are on FAC's sheet, he thinks are reasonable. Of course, like all of us, we know it's very fluid. He does go on to talk about 205 and 209 as to the fiscal. He actually believes particularly 209 is, could be, in his estimate, as much as $4.2 million higher than the amount reported by FAC. He also says they don't have enough information on HJR 205 because they don't have the records for people age 65 and older, so they're not able to determine that one. But the point is, as we go forward and we're talking about our projects, we could potentially have as much, FAC saying as much as $16 million effect on our budget, and that's significant. And Then when we talk about our budget breakdown, as we all know, the majority of our funds do not come to the BOCC, but they come to our constitutional officers, with the majority being the sheriff's office. I mean, they are the public safety arm of our government. So in Ms. Young's breakdown, she shows that.
So if you want me to go
Yes,
through
please.
that as well.
Yeah, if you'll just talk through that.
Yeah, so the FAC thing is looking forward, obviously. The budget breakdown is the second set of packet that you have. This is actual numbers. This is an actual snapshot of how your budget gets allocated from last year. And so when we talk about the budget and we think about numbers, when you heard that you passed a $317 million budget, that sounds like we have plenty of money that we maybe could absorb some impact to. But when you get down to the fundamentals of those $317 million, $118 million of that is your general fund. The rest is restricted funds, enterprise funds, trust funds, pass-throughs, grants, things that you truly have no power over, frankly, to discretionarily assign for one of your county services. Now, when we talk about $118 million to the general fund, 16.6 of that is, again, pass-through funding, things that we have no ability to mandate or regulate. Another 15.7 gets set aside in general fund reserves. That is to ensure that when essential services are needed in times of disasters, in times of economic issues, that we can sustain basic functions of county governments. And then that leaves us with $85.7 million of really discretionary budget, or what the state looks at as discretionary. But then, as you're going to see as we talk a little bit further, and I'm going to go through it quickly because I know it's been a long day, but even of that $85 million, there's a large portion of that that isn't truly at your discretion. The state tells you you are going to fund the medical examiner's office, and we are going to fund the medical examiner's office. And so before we go into those expenses, let's talk about those revenue source generation. Of that $85.7 million, 64.8 is ad valorem. That's what we're talking about being impacted. Mm-hmm. So when you think about what percent of your budget's going to be impacted, it's a huge portion of that budget that you have. Now, when we look at those mandatory expenses from the general revenue, the first thing that we look at, the biggest and largest pot of that money, is funding those constitutional offices, for which, again, the state says you are going to fund. $36 million funds the sheriff's office. $2.2 million funds the tax collector's office. And while you may not think about the appropriation to the tax collector's office, the state statute mandates that you pay 3% of the revenue generation, and there is a tiered revenue generation there, back to the tax collector, because she's a fee-based office. Not only do we pay for the Board of County Commissioners, but there's a state statute that says we pay for the revenue generation of the school board. So we're paying the tax collector's portion of the school millage as well. And so when we really look at that in the scheme of what we have to fund, you get no choices there. The property appraiser funds $3.2 million, supervisor of election at 1.4, and the clerk of court at 2.7. Other legally mandated payments that really total just over $5 million, $5.5, your medical examiner's office, your judicial support system. We fund guardian ad litem, the state's attorney's office, the public defender, court administration, your judicial complexes, human services, indigent burial, indigent medical care, Medicaid payments, all of those things that we have to fund, cadaver transport. Then you have your CRA and your payment in lieu of taxes programs that we pay to the city of Palatka and the city of Crescent City. So at the end of the day, what's really left for you guys to make decisions about equals $27 million. Mm-hmm. And the breakdown of that by division is on that second piece of paper. So you can see when we start talking about a $16 million hit to the budget, we will cease to be able to fund county services as we know them today. We can shut down multiple departments and still not cover that type of impact. So I am not traditionally one to tell you the sky is falling, and the sky is not falling. But I am one to tell you this is not a year where we as community leaders can sit idly back and not advocate for the essential services that we do provide in Putnam County. We are not a community that provides services above and beyond those essential services. And we don't have areas that we can do without in order to maintain those things that we do provide, that state statute says your county governments are going to provide. So I believe your legislatures are starting to hear from people in your positions, our elected officials and our community leaders. And I believe that they are hearing that this is important, but I need all of us to understand just how important it is as we go to Tallahassee in the coming weeks and meet with all of our legislators, so that they do not forget that this is something that really is going to have a day-to-day impact on the citizens that we serve.
Very good. Commissioner Harvey, you recognize, and I have some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but Julianne, under the revenue source generation under ad valorem tax, I kind of did math on the back of a napkin one day, and basically it appeared to me that 61% of the ad valorem is paid by our businesses. I'd like to see that number broke down, because that's something I told Representative Overdorf when I was able to be in the room with Florida Association of Counties, was when you start looking at this, you know, you got your big, and we know, I'm not going to name who they are in this county, but if they ever decided to pick up and go, talk about the impact that would happen to Putnam County would be tremendous. So when you got, say, even if it's 50% of the ad valorem is paid by businesses, that puts us in a strain right there. And when do those businesses say, I've had enough, I can't do this anymore? We've all been in business. We all understand there's a time you have to go, I can't generate any more revenue, I've got to cut expenses. Where do I go? Or do I go to a neighboring county that doesn't have that burden to me? I don't know that answer, but I'd like to see that broken down just a little bit on that part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, and your numbers are close. The statewide average is about a 30-70 split, and I think the last report we showed are pretty much in there. But you bring up a great point, right? That the pendulum has to swing somewhere, and so and that's not going to be true for just Putnam County. It's going to be true for everyone. And so if that burden to generate the revenue to provide those essential services swings from those homesteaded properties, the only place it has to go is to the commercial industry, the business properties. And so in a community like ours, where we strive very hard to make the economic conditions very favorable to our businesses, we're going to have to weigh all of those things very, very, you know, with high importance.
So I'll add to that, you know, in Rich's presentation, he was saying there was a bill up there that discussed TPP. We saw last year how just one company made a difference in our TPP revenue, and then how we had to deal with that. Mm-hmm. That was one company. Mm-hmm. Currently, there's a manufacturing, I believe it's public record, on the other side of East Palatka that's being built, and every bit of that is TPP funding. And so will be TPP taxed. Sorry, I said that wrong. Would be our income to that. And so if there's a bill and it says now we're also going to get rid of TPP or reduce it, whatever the discussion is, that's a double negative. So it truly is. And then even though I've heard discussions from the governor saying, well, for fiscally constrained counties, we'll make them whole. Julianne, you and I discussed, well, that sounds great that sounds great, right? Publicly, that sounds great. But the reality is, he's only in office this year. And so what happens the following year? So you get made whole 1 year, but then it doesn't allow to, you know, Julianne's comments to me were, you know, where's the cost increase? Because your gas goes up, your electricity cost goes up, your insurance rates are going up. So all the things that we don't have a choice in are going to go up. And so that's why we try to budget fiscally to cover all of these things. But even though he's saying we can make a fiscally constrained county whole, it doesn't give any allowance for an increase of costs. And I'm not saying salaries, I'm not saying any of that, but actual true cost.
Sure. I mean, initially, the conversations were they were going to make sure we were revenue neutral.
Thank you.
That is only going to be valuable if we're expense neutral, and that won't happen. The legislature sets the rates for FRS. So if you take nothing other than FRS, they're going to make us revenue neutral in theory, but then they're gonna turn around and hand us a higher bill in FRS rates. And FRS is just one of many things that are mandated to us that have cost escalations, and every single year we've seen it. So again, I certainly don't want to be, I don't want anybody to panic today, but I do want to emphasize the importance of where we go and the complexities of where we go. This is not a very simple process, and advocating one position is going to be dangerous, and it's going to be, I'm going to warn us against it, right? I don't want to advocate against just one of these. I want to advocate for a holistic approach that truly takes care of the complexities of what we are going to see on both sides of that budget ledger, because it is dangerous.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I know it's late in the day. We're all hungry. We're all tired. And we got a meeting at 3 o'clock. So, but I do appreciate the discussion because we will be in Tallahassee next week. And so we all, as representatives for our counties, need to have a good understanding. And so I appreciate the time you guys, Mr. Suggs and Julianne, have taken to do this, and Mr. Davis. Is there any further comments or questions regarding this subject? All right, moving on, Mr. Suggs, I ask you to give committee assignments, discussion, and so he has passed out a county commissioner appointments.
Is this the final copy?
Well, it's close to it. I think Commissioner Harvey had a change.
Probably not.
Mr. Harvey, you had a change?
Actually, in addition, thinking of it, under mine, number 7 would be the Putnam County Development Authority.
Development
And some of y'all are serving on that too, so.
CDA, okay. And we don't have to do anything with this today necessarily. Yes, go ahead.
I think we ought to, right, Mr. Overturf is in the room, have that discussion right now about the canvassing
Sure.
board.
Okay.
And I think, and if it's copacetic with the board, I think our vice chair should be our appointee. Commissioner Palatka should be running the canvassing board this year, since he's not up for election.
I will accept that, and I look forward to it. I've served on it before, and very much enjoyed that. I had a really good time, very learning experience.
All right. And do we have a commissioner that wants to be an alternate?
I'll be the alternate.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
Way to step up. All
Good
right.
stuff. You good with that, Mr. Overturf?
All right. That's it. Do we need to vote on that? Okay.
Yeah, let's, I'll make a motion that we appoint Vice Chair Walton Palatka to the canvassing board, and the alternate would be Commissioner J.R. Newbold.
Second.
All right. There's a motion on the floor, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So I'll just state real quick, 2 boards that I would want to remove myself from, and please don't get offended. As I'd really, the Putnam County Development Authority, I would like for another commissioner to pick that one up for me. And the Value Adjustment Board are the 2 committees that I would like to get off of and let another commissioner serve on that.
What was your first one?
The Value Adjustment Board,
No, that wasn't your first one.
Putnam County Development Authority.
Madam
That is
Chair,
currently served by.
are those done by ordinances though? And I think they are.
So you're saying that,
Or they could
I don't
be-
know that the chair has to be on it. Is that what you're saying? The chair has to be on those boards? Is that when you say
I do
ordinance?
think that there's something, either ordinance or it's a recommendation from prior board, if you remember. But I think we need to check into that.
Yeah, if we can just check into that, we'll get back on the next. But those are the 2 that I've got 11 committees that I serve on, and I really don't want 11 committees. So I really would like to share this. And I think we have a board that's willing to. I don't think it's a matter of people not wanting to serve.
I will pick up the Development Authority for you.
If we can, all right, we'll have that.
That's legal, okay?
Yeah, we'll have that discussion at the next meeting, if somebody can look those up, and we'll talk about that at the next meeting.
Yeah, I definitely need to share the load, because you have a huge.
I'm sorry, Laura, what? It doesn't say Development Authority. I think I asked you this, didn't I, already? Or we had somebody, okay. So it just says 3 county commissioners. All right, so the Putnam County Development Authority is already served by Harvey and Newbold.
I'll take your place.
All right. Somebody make a motion?
I make a motion that we put Vice Chair Palatka on the Putnam County Development Authority.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries, and then if somebody will just check on the Value Adjustment Board.
Madam Chair, if we're going to go down in order,
Okay?
I'll
If
be
there's
the
any
next
board,
person.
Yeah, that you want to get off of, I think this
Well,
is,
I would like, if somebody would like to be part of the Northeast Florida Regional Council, I've done it as a governor's appointment, I've done it as a board member from this board, and I've been back and I've been president of it. But it is something that, it's a regional board, if someone would like to take my place, it wouldn't bother me a bit if that would take. So you don't have to make that decision today, you can think about it. I would like to look at some new blood up there on that.
okay, thank you for that.
Madam Chair, the Value Adjustment Board can be anyone voted on by the board, doesn't have to be.
Thank you for looking that up.
What was that?
He said the Value Adjustment Board could be anybody voted by the board.
Okay.
The county commissioner voted by the board. Does anybody want to serve on the Value Adjustment
Well,
Board?
I like serving on that.
So you're already on it,
I'm already on.
so. Two commissioners.
I'll take the opening if that's okay with the rest of you guys.
Madam Chair, I move that Commissioner Alexander serves on the Value Adjustment Board.
All right, and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and then does anybody, and you don't have, Mr. Harvey said you didn't have to make this right now, but is there another commissioner who would consider Northeast Florida Regional Council? I'll continue to serve on it.
I'd consider it. I'd like to have some more discussion as to what it involves and entails, if you
It's
have
a
time, Mr.
quarterly
Harvey.
meeting?
Why don't you I'll have Ms. Payne get with you?
Yeah.
And then at the next meeting, if you want to do that, then, okay, would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Actually, it's
I don't
not
want to
quarterly.
obligate myself to something that I
It's
can't
monthly,
perform,
right?
It's
so.
a monthly meeting.
Your monthly
It's
meeting.
monthly.
You might have a conflict with your other board meeting. It might be the same day that you have your waterways and trails or something.
Okay.
But we'll see. Well,
All right.
that's another thing you'll have to look at.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that conversation. Mr. Suggs, do you have any other comments?
Yes, ma'am, just a couple, and I will be very brief because of the hour. Just wanted to let everybody know that I'll be attending the Northeast Florida Regional Council Leadership classes. It's once a month, so I'll be doing that. I've got a requirement for a 40-hour continuing ed every year for my certification for ICMA. So I have elected to do those classes this year, so hopefully we'll be able to bring some information back. Also want to let the board know that in February, the course will actually be held here in Putnam County. So as I get more information, I would like to invite some folks to come and participate in the welcoming of the group. So we'll do that. And the last thing that I have, honestly, is just personal. As we saw here today, there was a lot of conversation about a lot of different projects, whether it be public works, whether it be budget. You know, we put the folks together that we have here, and I'm very proud of them. And for Mr. Grimes and Ms. Young to be able to sit up here and answer some very difficult, honest questions for you five tells you the quality of individuals that we have serving in these roles, and that they do their job extremely well. And as the county administrator for all our staff that's out here today, every time you ask somebody a question, they'll give you an answer. And for you five, that's the most important thing that we can do for our citizens. And I didn't want that to be lost here today, because we're 4 hours in, and we had a lot of tough conversations today, and there's a lot of good responses back from your staff. So thank you very much for that opportunity.
All right, Commissioner Alexander, your light's on, but you're going to be going into commissioner comments. Are you good? Yeah. Okay. Going into commissioner comments, we'll start with you, Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thoroughly enjoyed the spirited conversation today, and it's great to have these debates. It opens things up, allows the public to hear what we're thinking and what we've got going on. I echo Ms. Holmes Young's concerns with the budget taxes. I mean, the property tax removal. It's terrifying. I mean, we all understand that we need relief, but at the same token, it shouldn't be used as a political ploy. So it's hard to get behind something if you don't tell me what comes next. It sounds great up front, but you're dangling that carrot, but you haven't told me how I'm going to eat. You know, it looks great, but nothing in life comes easy, and there's a cost for everything. Nothing is free. So that's my concern on that. On a brighter note, and I as bright as it can be, I want to ask for you guys' support on something. So I took the final dollars of my discretionary funds last year, and as always, you guys know I'm concerned with getting the bang for the buck and getting something that will benefit the community as a whole. 2 years ago, we lost a young lady by the name of Bailey Holbrook to a random lightning strike, hunting with her father. And I was speaking with Miss Young, and as always, we don't know everything, and we look for good opportunities. And she said, you and I both been involved with Babe Ruth in sports, and most of the facilities that we travel to have a lightning warning system where it actually detects lightning within a certain range, and then it sounds an alarm to let the children and the players, the parents know that lightning is in the vicinity and you are in danger. I said, well, can we get that system for our community? She said, yeah. So that system has been installed, and it's been in place for a couple of weeks. But before I made the announcement and shared it with the public, I wanted to get you guys' support in dedicating that system in the name of Miss Bailey Holbrook. So what I would like to ask for is either a motion or a wave of support. I'm not sure how we proceed, but it is a public facility, and I think that I need the support of the entire commission before we do that.
Ms. Young, you're recognized.
So just a little point of clarity there. This system is covering our entire complex at Theobald. And really the priority for that system being placed there first is that, we have a splash pad there. Yep. Kids and water and storms don't mix. So at our pool facility, it's always staffed by recreation staff, which makes sure that kids are out of danger when a lightning is detected by our weather apps within a certain radius. However, that splash pad is open without lifeguards or without staffing. And so not only will it protect those softball areas, but pickleball, volleyball, soccer, splash pad, and that playground. And so that system, although we would love to have them at all of our parks, that system is really escalated to the priority based on the multitude of user groups that we have in that one area.
Yep. So we wanted, again, get the most bang for our buck and protect the most people that we could. So that's why the decision was made to put it there.
Okay.
What would you call it?
And how would it look? I mean, you're just putting a sign on a pole, or what are you doing?
We're just going to have a plaque there, probably at the concession stand where it can't be damaged, maybe on the back wall or something. I think Ms. Young has some placement ideas, but I want to protect it. But it is a plaque dedicating it to the memory of Bailey Holbrook.
I think it needs to be bigger than a plaque.
So as part of the system, there are some general guidance for the public who attend that says, when the system is active, you need to seek safe shelter, some general protocols. So we have held those signs. They come straight from the manufacturer for the determination as to how the board would like to proceed. Of course, we can put near or on those signs that give the guidance. Hey, because the way the system indicates is when danger is detected, it will sound a horn, but then the strobe continues to strobe until it's safe. So essentially, we want everybody to understand what's happening if they hear something or they see that strobe. And so those informational signs will be posted near each of those play assets, i.e. the soccer fields, the pickleball courts, the volleyball courts, the playground, the splash pad. And if the board would like to move forward in this particular, with this action, we would essentially put a note at the top or the bottom of that sign that this was honoring Ms. Holbrook.
Okay, I just have one real quick question. How do they know the difference between that and a tornado? Because when I was growing up, if a horn was blaring and there was some kind of something, we thought it was a tornado.
Well, I'd like you to seek safe shelter if there's a tornado as well. So I'm assuming the horn would sound if there was a tornado or if there was lightning, and I need you to seek safe shelter no matter why that horn is sounding.
Commissioner Palatka, you're recognized.
I thoroughly, 100% support that, Commissioner Alexander. And I would like to look into, in my discretionary money, placing one in West Putnam at that park. I think that's named after the...
Mary Wisham.
Yeah, Mary Wisham. I'd like to see about if I could do that maybe in my next year's discretionary
So let's talk a little bit more. I don't currently have a user group at Mary Wisham. I do have one at South Putnam and at Francis in the world
Francis?
of priorities, and in Melrose.
All good places.
So in the world of priorities, I'd like to begin with our most populated parks, the ones that have routine users there day in and day out.
I would say maybe the one that's most used, or second most used under
Okay.
Theobald, behind Theobald, something
Okay.
like that.
Absolutely,
Wherever
Commissioner Palatka.
the need is the most.
That'd be wonderful.
All right, Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
Well, I'm not sure if the South Putnam unit is the next most used, but
It would not be.
yeah, whichever one it is, I'd be willing to share him, with that as a project. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Alexander's thought on this. It's kind of strange for some, a piece of equipment to recognize someone like this. Commissioner Alexander went to the family. They had discussions about it. I mean, this is pretty sensitive, but I think having that recognition will honor the young lady and the family, but it raises that piece of equipment to a different level. I mean, those kids are going to see those lights flashing, and but when the story is out in the community about the death of a young lady with a lightning strike, that's a whole different deal. So thank you for recognizing that and coordinating that with the family. It's outstanding. Thank you.
All right, so can everybody just wave in support to Commissioner Alexander? All right, what else you got, Commissioner Alexander?
That's it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to go to the podium in just a moment, if you don't mind, but JR, you want to meet me?
Okay, here we go.
We got a little presentation we want to do.
Surprise, surprise.
While he's doing that, along those lines, we've been contacted by Dr. Jeff Smith out in Melrose about doing something for Laura Alzerbrook. Some of you might remember that name. She was very instrumental in getting Melrose Park started up for the kids out there. So with your permission, I'd like to talk to staff about some wording. We're not going to rename, I don't want to rename the park, but I would like to at least honor Laura Alzerbrook with a sign of her dedication and hard work. So if you don't mind, I would like that to get that support
I would
today.
support that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The other thing I want to talk to you about real quick is something really goosebumps that's going to happen to me. In February, I travel up to Washington, D.C. for the National Association of Counties in my role as the second VP of the Florida Association of Counties. I learned a few weeks ago that on Sunday the 21st at 1:15, I am part of 4 executives that are going to lay a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier. It's moving to me that I'll be thinking about Putnam County and the veterans that we lost while be doing that. So I'm very excited about that, and I'm very humbled to be able to move up into that role and to do that, because I don't think Putnam County's ever had anybody moving up in the role of second VP and on to first VP and on to president of the Florida Association of Counties. So thank you for allowing me that time to do that. We will have pictures brought back, but believe me, I'll be thinking about Putnam County. And on a more note, so go ahead, JR. And Julianne talked me out of more, so why don't you go ahead and start, Julianne?
So on the same front, most of you know that in Putnam County we had a young athlete die of cardiac arrest on the field. One of the provisions, or one of the nationally recognized movements, is to make sure that we have quick access to care where we have those athletes. Last year we had over 1,200 participants in our parks and recreation programs that we run, not to count the user groups. And so in speaking, I talked to Commissioner Harvey. Initially I said, look, this is what some of our other parks and recs are doing. We haven't been able to do it because of budget constraints. And he said, I'll do it. I'll step up and I'll do it. And he didn't just do it for a couple of parks. He's done it for all of our sports complexes that have a tangible building. And so now we started installing the first of them yesterday. What will happen is if we end up with an emergency at one of those parks, inside this device, you'll approach it, you'll call 911, there'll be a code on it. It'll give you the code to the door. there will be an AED device and a Narcan device inside of it so that you can immediately administer those life-saving measures. You don't normally think about Narcan being needed in our county parks. We do our best to keep them clean, but frankly, the honest truth is sometimes things get thrown down and little people pick them up because they're curious. And the last thing that we want to see is a poor outcome. And so Commissioner Harvey has funded 10 of these that are spread out or will be spread out when they all get in and installed from South Putnam to West Putnam to Melrose. And so I'm really excited about it because it gives us an opportunity to make sure that we can, as much as possible, prevent a tragedy that could be prevented.
Thank you, Commissioner Harvey. Go ahead.
So maybe some of the process stuff. So there is a code to the box, right, to open the lock. So it's just not sitting out there for somebody to vandalize and take with them. So what the constituent or the person would do is dial 911. Okay, so the process will be at the sheriff's office. We'll let them know that there's these boxes at the sites. And when they dial 911, the operator can tell them what the code is to the box, right? So
Can
that
we make sure and test that before, yeah, we.
I just opened this one for you. It's there.
Oh,
But
no, I mean
we'll-
testing,
yeah,
calling
absolutely.
911 and
We'll-
somebody
we'll-
actually gets a code.
100%. And I mean, we'll even get it to our responders so they'll know. So I mean, they
Okay.
can even remind them. But the other thing is, it's not just the box, right? It's the equipment in the box. I think Commissioner Harvey has purchased as well, is the AEDs to go with it. So, which is a great thing. Ms. Young pointed out, you know, we can sometimes have an exposure unintentionally at a park, right? And it's happened here recently in the community where somebody touched something. We had one of our officers touch a potential fentanyl exposure. Can happen at any given moment, so the Narcan will be in the boxes as well. And it's through, Chief Hitchcock has worked with our community paramedics, and they've received grants. So we do get the Narcan at no cost to the county, and we're able to refill it. So these are different things. This is probably one of the ones I think has the most potential, the most impact, because at any given moment we've had, like Ms. Young pointed out, the children that had passed away while in sporting events or thereafter. But we also have the program that the school's running where the kids can get the preliminary EKGs, right? So all those programs are very, very important, but it's as simple as being hit in the chest, you know, a ball. I mean, any of that stuff could happen. So it really limits our exposures inside of our parks to where, you know, but as we can get the word out to the people that are there, hopefully we can do some training, maybe with the user groups, with our community paramedic programs, to do CPR and AED training so that the coaches would know. Maybe it's part of the annual updates we can do as part of our services that we offer. So, but this is a great initiative.
I have a question. Are these also in our community centers?
This time, we have not funded those. We do not have funding allocated or enough at this time for those
Okay, we
community
can have that
centers.
discussion. I would probably be willing to do that out of my discretionary.
I do like the lockbox idea because it
I
keeps
agree
it
with that.
from, because I mean, as people come in and out, it just makes sense. So you can call 911, there'll be instructions on the box and a sign.
I think
So
adding them to the community centers would be beneficial as well, so thank you.
the more we can have out there, the better we are.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, yes. If you were to dial 911, when you get dispatched to the location, but it's actually some of the pickleball folks had asked for them too. So I mean, this is a great initiative to, and we hung one yesterday by the pickleball courts at Theobald, the
Great.
concession stand in the central part of the park, and then we're going to put one at the soccer complex across the street. We did install the one at Interlochen, Mary Wisham yesterday, along with I call it Interlochen Lake Estates, but it's the other ones, the
West
Interlochen,
Putnam.
the one north of Interlochen and Melrose as well, right? So we just kept one today. We'll put this one on the soccer field, and Commissioner Harvey's. We'll put the rest of them at the rest of the locations when they come in.
Okay, very good, thank you. Once Commissioner Harvey gets back to his seat, we can discuss anything else you have.
I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
I don't have anything nearly as serious or if we've ever got an AC unit that is not undersized, it is the one for this room. I am
You say
freezing
that till you get
my,
home.
let me tell you, I can take my
We-
coat off.
We could send a duck from here to the jail and help them out a bunch.
Yeah, I think we need to recalibrate the thermostat. Anyway, I don't have anything other than that, and thank you all for your updates.
All right, Commissioner Pellister, you're recognized.
That guy.
I got you.
That's what I've been known as lately. I have a laundry list, but in the interest of hunger, I'm going to skip a bunch of it. The only one thing I want to hit on is our letter to the property owner in California regarding Fort Gates Ferry? Okay, I want to see that move on up to the front burner. And we promised to have a workshop with Mr. Roberts about Fort Gates, and I'd like to go ahead and organize that. And Mr. Roberts at Fort Gates, he requested a workshop, and we told him we would. I'd like to see that brought to fruition, but somewhere in here once we get our letter. Because if this lady gives us a thumbs down, it's a moot point. So, and our next meeting, be prepared. I have a good list.
Have a list. Well,
Yes,
I do know that we also talked about scheduling a workshop for the IT VA move, and so we can definitely, maybe I can get a couple dates and send them to Mr. Suggs, and Mr. Suggs can then send out some dates. Once I come up with 2 or 3, 4, then you can send them out, and then we can come up with a workshop date. But we did have that discussion as a board that we would have a workshop. I just haven't scheduled it yet. I know we're all hungry, and I'm not asking for a position, but I will say a couple things today about the discussion on Rodman and some of the research I've done. And I understand that there's a report that says this is a high hazard. However, I do know that a few years ago, $1.4 million was spent with the DEP to remove a lot of the debris and stuff like that on that. 94 dams in Florida are also on the high hazards list. It's disappointing when there's only discussion about one of those dams. Burro Locken Dam is also state-owned and is on the Ocklawaha River and is considered high risk, but yet nobody's discussing that. Orange Lake Weir is at significant risk, and it's state-owned, and it's in Alachua County. Harris Bayou Inlet Structure is in Lake County, the county that the senator who's proposing this bill, and it's considered high risk. Again, it's not being discussed to be removed. Sunny Hill Structure E1, Marion County, high risk. Sunny Hill Structure CD1, high risk in Marion County. So lots of conversation that needs to be had about how we move this going forward. I'm very concerned about the economic impact this report would have, this restoration, this partial restoration, because that's all it is it's a partial. The Ocklawaha River, 74 miles long. This is just a few miles. But in its own report, the Ocklawaha River Restoration Science and Economic Reports specifically says that Putnam County would have a 5-year negative economic impact. 5 years of negative economic impact. Says, additionally, private costs associated with restoration include reduced property value and water, and I'm reading from the report, property value and water access for approximately 16 individual private landowners abutting the Rodman Reservoir, and reduced or altered fishing opportunities for recreational, charter, and subsistence fishermen resulting from loss of the reservoir and spillway fisheries. And as you go through this report, and if you haven't, I would suggest you do so, there's lots of things in here that talk about the economic impact, and I'm glad they did this study. It says the net economic benefits of Ocklawaha River restoration are negative during the first 5 years, page 6. It also says it doesn't become neutral until year 10. And so my concerns particularly are the people that are making a living off of this fishery, and while we say, well, yeah, it's going to be better, how do we take the guy that's selling bait? How do we take the guy or girl that's selling tires, trucks, boats, all of those things? How do we take that and make them whole if we know that for 5 years we're going to have a negative impact? And so economically. And so I'm really concerned about the economic impact, especially knowing what we're going through in the next few years with what we just discussed in our budget. And so it's a big concern for me, that is my biggest thing on this is, if you're going to talk about high risk, then talk about the other dams that are high risk. And if you're going to talk about a negative impact, how do you make it whole? And so I'd like to have more discussion on that with some legislators in Tallahassee. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Well, funny you should mention that. I wasn't gonna really expound on any of these concerns because, as most of you know, as you've heard at the end of these meetings, I get pretty hungry. But this is something that I have a lot of concerns with. I spend a lot of time on the phone, on the computer, doing research, and as I've looked around, and then I have constituents as well. But we're building 2 reservoirs in South Florida, South Central Florida, one of which is a 10,500 acre reservoir. Another is a 10,000 acre reservoir. Billions of dollars being spent in an effort to re-nourish the aquifer. We're spending $1 billion. I say we. It is we. It's taxpayer dollars. There's $1 billion that was just dedicated in the First Florida program, which is in conjunction with JEA and the St. Johns River Water Management District. If you don't know who the St. Johns River Water Management District is, those are the people that have been tasked with overseeing our watershed in North Florida. They felt it essential to donate or dedicate $600 million in an effort to work with JEA's $400 million to pump water to Bradford County into settling ponds in an effort to re-nourish our aquifer. We have $170 million in the Black Creek project, where we're taking and pumping water from Keystone High, or from Black Creek to Keystone Heights to re-nourish their lakes and replenish the aquifer. I don't look at it from the standpoint of fishing, or, I'm very sentimental. I grew up on Ocklawaha. I've been fishing there since I was probably 3 or 4 years old with my grandfather, Jim Holt. I fished the reservoir. I know it. I'm out there. I'm on the river probably as much as anybody in this room, except for maybe the captain there. So I have a passion for the water, but the reality is we're going to sacrifice a reservoir that we're dumping almost $1.2 billion in, and we will essentially be negating the effect of that $1.2 billion of taxpayer funds that are dedicated to re-nourishing the aquifer. And it's going to take $370 million to restore it. It makes 0 sense to me. I get calls from constituents on the eastern side of our county. Man, I got to put a $20,000 reverse osmosis system in because I have salt intrusion into my water. Mm-hmm. And you know why that happens? It's because we pump the aquifer dry and it's not naturally re-nourishing. I can't comprehend it.
I want to say 2 other things real quick.
Yes,
I agree
ma'am.
with what your sentiments are. And when we talk about the age of the Kirkpatrick Dam, the Moss Bluff Lock and Dam was built in 1924, was rebuilt again in '69. It is 56 years old. The Burrell Lock and Dam, both of these which sit on the Ocklawaha River, is 68 years old. So the whole sentiment about it's about to fall over doesn't set well with me, because I just don't think it's true. And at the same time, to your point, Florida's spending billions statewide to construct reservoirs to store and treat nutrient-laden water using aquatic vegetation, a natural filtration system that Rodman already provides. And this is a quote that was out of the Bassmaster magazine. It's absurd to tear down one of the few existing systems that actually works. Further, they said Rodman sits 19 feet above sea level and holds 21 billion gallons of fresh water. The St. Johns Water Management District has identified it as a future alternative water supply capable of bringing and delivering up to 30 million gallons a day to offset aquifer damage caused by the sea level rise and saltwater intrusion. Rodman already meets the criteria for both resiliency and water security, 2 of the state's highest infrastructure priorities. So I'm not asking for us to take a position on it, but I have to tell you that when I read these kind of things have to make sense for me. And removing it doesn't make sense economically to me. It doesn't whenever their own report says that we're going to have 5 years of a negative impact. So that's my position. I'm stating it publicly. That's where I'm at. And so.
There's just one more thing that every decision I make up here, every decision, I look at my 3 kids, and I ask myself, is this the best decision for them? Because maybe I got 20 years left. If I'd have taken a little bit better care of myself, maybe 25, but potentially 10. But they're going to be here for a while. And I'm trying to make every decision based on what's going to be best for them and my grandkids. And water security is a huge issue. It's a huge issue. If we're going to devote $370 million into tearing down something that we know we're going to need in the future, why don't we spend that money somewhere else? So that would be my position on that. And secondly, Senator Brodeur has accepted an invitation to speak with me while we're in Tallahassee. And I was going to go let alone, but I think that it speaks volumes if we speak with one voice. And I would like to invite my fellow commissioners to join me in that conversation, because I want to know the true driving force on why a senator from South Florida is getting involved in politics in an area that he wasn't elected to represent.